Vamos a ir empezando, chicos y chicas. Diego, ¿estamos listos? Vale. Can I start? ¿Puedo empezar? Great. So, welcome everyone to the LITHME'sWG7 Working Group 7 workshop. And welcome everyone also to the jornadas sobre los profesionales de las lenguas y el trabajo con las lenguas. This is a joint workshop that we have organized thanks to the Action Coast LITHME, which means language in the machine, human-machine era, thank you very much, which is an European horizon, well, this is an European network for researchers working with languages and with computers all together. So working group number 7 is about language work and language professionals, and the network has been built around working sessions and workshops that will be organized every year. So after the pandemic, it is the first time that we will be meeting face-to-face. So this is the first face-to-face meeting actually, well, workshop within the network. So what we are going to have in the morning sessions is a series of conferences provided by experts in the fields, in some fields of language work. And we are going to start, well, LITHME is about prospecting, how work with languages will evolve in the future, and what is the interaction between computation and linguistics, and what will the interaction be in the future. And in particular, this is for the whole LITHME Coast Action, and then in particular for Working Group 7, the focus is on what the future, the current situation and the future evolvement of language work and language professionals will be. This includes translation, interpreting, also language teaching, but it includes also terminologists and how their work will be affected by the use of computers and the changes of society. So this is what we will be dealing with in these jornadas, in this workshop. Afternoons are closed in the sense that it will be only for members of LITHME, and in particular LITHME Working Group 7 members. So that's why you have in the program only the conferences that we will be streaming, like this one, with which we are going to start the session, today's session. So today's session consists of a main conference or a keynote speech by Carmen Valero, who is sitting on the right, on my right, far right. On your screens, she will be on the left. And she is a full professor here at the University of in the Alcalá University, let's say it correctly, Universidad de Alcalá, at the Departamento de Filología Moderna, Modern Philology Department. And she has been teaching in the programs for translation and interpreting, not only the bachelor's degree, but also in the master's degree we have related to translation and interpreting for quite a long time. So she is a well-experienced translation and interpreting trainer. She is also the head of the research group FITISPOS, of which she will be talking afterwards, which is, the translation is training and research for translators, or in translation and interpreting in public services, sorry. And she is also the responsible for a working group within EMT, which is the European Masters, the T, in translation network, a specific working group about public services interpretation and training, and translation, sorry. And then she will share this keynote speech together with Raquel Lázaro Gutiérrez, who is the director of my department, which is also the Modern Philology Department, Departamento de Filología Moderna, here at Alcalá University, Universidad de Alcalá. She is responsible for several different groups, and she has been leading, she has been the PI for several research projects. So I think it is better if she can introduce herself afterwards a little bit, because we are running out of time. So this is the beginning of the session, of this morning session. Then we will have a break, and afterwards at 11:30, as you might have probably seen in the program of these sessions, we will have 5 presentations, brief presentations of members of the Working Group 7 of LITHME, who will present our past and current research interests so that you can know a little bit more about the working group and about the research relating LITHME, but in particular relating language work and language professionals. So that's it as for what I had to say to introduce the session. And thank you, Carmen, and thank you, Raquel, for being here. And thank you for sharing your knowledge with us. So I give the floor to you.
Okay, so should I start? Thank you, and let me go here. Okay. Here it is. Oop. Well, so good morning, everybody. So thank you for, it's okay? I think it's that right, okay. This is okay. I think, yeah, it's working, isn't it? Yeah, okay.
Now I cannot hear anything. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I can't hear anything. Is that okay? Now it is okay. So one thing that I forgot to say is that in the streaming session, you have a chat in YouTube. If you have any question, if you have any comment, please comment. Please ask your questions in the chat of the YouTube session. Okay? So thank you very much.
It's my turn, okay. Well, so good morning, as I said. Thank you for being here, and thank you for this invitation just to talk about PSIT, or Public Service Interpreting and Translation. So with this, you see, following this title, Public Service Interpreting and Translation, some scenarios, experiences, and prospections. This is what we are dividing, our talk into 2 different parts. So here, let's see if it. So first we have like a double aim. So first, we want to call the attention to this specific sub-area of research and also professional practice. As for us, it's Public Service Interpreting and Translation. We have been working on this area for many years. And then we'll talk about experiences and prospections, just focusing our attention in our specific research group that is called FITIS-POS. So first I will talk about this, and then I will concentrate on one of the actions training, and then I will leave the floor to my colleague to talk about research and actions, basically. Well, the first thing, let's start with that. Just a few words about what PSIT is for us, or community interpreting and translation, as it is also called, basically. I mean, here in Spain we say public service interpreting and translation mainly, but traducción y interpretación en los servicios públicos, yes, and we avoid somehow to say community interpreting and translation, basically, yes, not to get, you know, somehow not mistaken, but just considering that we are talking about traducción comunitaria, referring to the European Union. So that's we use that. But we know, I mean, there are many papers and research that they say community interpreting and translation. So basically, we are dealing with the same topic. For us, I mean, just for this, in this colloquium, our workshop, just trying to define PSAT, for us, it's just like a linguistic and cultural tool of integration for migration. And of course, PSAT is one of these activities. We know that it's on the, what we call here, on the route of professionalization, because it is a hot topic, I should say, in some countries, as for example, here in Spain. We don't, I mean, it's not in fact a profession. There are many practitioners. We are in our group. It's basically dealing with this. I mean, really working for getting to this professionalization. And of course, we know that there is a lot of research and also courses, training, but still, at the level of the profession, we are just having, you know, working on that. So this is basically, once we have said how we understand PSAT, let me go to talk about the group and say a few words about our group, FITISPOS. FITISPOS, you see, it's a research group. It involves training and research in PSAT. So this is just basic, that's the main idea for us. It started, as you have there, about 1998. Basically, I mean, the beginning of this course is just, I should go back to my own research and training, because the beginning is in my interest in community and community interpreting and translation by this time, while I was working as a postdoc and then as an assistant teacher in a program on community interpreting and translation at the Institute for Linguistics at the University of Minnesota. Starting in the, you know, I was there basically every single summer from 1993 to 2015 or so. So I have the chance, because it was the time when many Latin Americans came to the north of the USA, to this state in Minnesota, and I saw, and I was working with them, I mean, helping them. So I basically saw that they had the same problems, and then when here in Spain that was happening. Because by the mid-90s and then in the beginning of the century, we have this influx of migrants. And then the same, I mean, how to communicate. I mean, these people that they came from with languages and cultures that we didn't know, and at the same time, they didn't know people, I mean, our society. So basically, we get people from Africa, Asia, and Europe, Northern Europe. Well, no, Eastern Europe. But anyhow, I mean, we didn't know these languages. These languages were not taught at school level, and still we are dealing with that. So this is the beginning of this group. So trying to adapt a situation that we have seen, we were, well, seeing in other countries that, in fact, it happened here again. So that's, and then we developed, I mean, the group, you see here, our main objective is based on three main, you know, like a circle, fundamental pillars, research, training, and practice. So the first thing is research, because what we do is just to get data about the communities, challenges in communicating with the institutions, problems in society, at the schools, in the healthcare, I mean, any place where people coming from other countries that they have communication problems. So this is our first point, getting data about problems with communication, and we are always engaged with the quality in communication with foreign population. This is our main topic. So first, we get the data with the research, then analyze the data, and depending on these results, we develop training actions. And from that, of course, we go into practice. I mean, creating networks, developing multilingual materials, courses that open to, this, with these languages that, not only the language, but also the culture. So this is basically, that's why here you have, which is our aim, yeah? Basically, the quality of communication in these settings. For that, I should say that we are not the only group that are working on that. There are other groups and other universities that also work on this. So here I have mentioned some of them. Miras is from Catalonia, Greti is for Andalusia in the south, Crete is for the Valencia, for the East area, and Alpha Keke is in the, well, Salamanca in the west, so say, more or less, close to Portugal, Alpha Keke. So this group, all these specific groups, we create like a network, it was Comunica. This was by the 2005, basically, in one of these conferences we organized here in Alcalá. And then we developed many actions together because we cover all the, the Spain, different research, university research groups. But then we developed two cartographies, we say cartographies, one in 2005, well, it was published, as you see here, in 2006. It was called Retos del siglo XXI en Comunicación Intercultural. This was basically the first attempt of cover, what was going on in Spain by this time. And then the second one was published 10 years later because we wanted to see what has happened during these 10 years, this decade. And just after the, the crisis, of the economic crisis, so there were changes. So this, I think these two books say that I think they are important to know the reality in Spain. This group, Comunica, was really active, basically active till 2015 or so, 2020, but now, it's just, we are not so active because we are just in other actions, but still these groups are working for the professionalization of this area of translation and interpreting. Apart of that, well, FITISPOS, just coming back to FITISPOS, in research, you see how we just mentioning some of these projects and actions, and then Raquel will have the chance to explain a little bit more about that, but just to have an idea of what we do. So we see we have been working in different environments or domains. Basically, those where we see that this population, migrants, obviously go there just because they are places where they need to go, just at least to get into the society, or at least be recognized, or have some of the, or have some of this, the laws they have, right? So in the healthcare setting, you see, we develop. I have here, I just mentioned here two of these projects. One of that, and obviously, with these projects, we get local, we have got local, regional, or European fundings. They are just, so in the first one, you see intercultural mediation. So in this, we develop multilingual guides with basic info in different languages. In the, I think, 10 different languages we work by this time. And in the second one, Intermed, we just train a group of mediators, translators, and interpreters in a specific hospital, healthcare center. And always we get the data, we analyze the situation, and then we develop this practical activity. The same with education. In educational setting, we did something similar. We get into the primary school, the secondary school, we have the problems, the kids. had and not only the kids, their parents, because they couldn't communicate with the teachers. So the same, I mean, we got data, and then we developed also some multilingual guides for parents and for the kids and for the teachers, always trying to involve all the participants in this project. And also in the legal setting, we have developed a project in one of, I should say, kind of an unexplored area, as it is prisons, inmates. Because obviously, the rate of prisoners with migrant backgrounds have raised a lot, in Spain at least. So, in the same, I mean, there were problems of communication there. And so we have the chance, I mean, it was not easy just to get into the prison, to talk to some of the prisoners, and even to develop introductory course for training of these bilingual inmates that somehow they were working as ad hoc interpreters and translators for their mates, because it was the only possibility. So, well, this is some of the projects, but we also, the FITISPOS, also created, and we have an international journal. It's a research international journal. It's called FITISPOS International Journal. We started in 2014, and it's a peer-review open journal, and then we publish. It's once a year. Now it's really just to maybe next week or so we have the new issue for this year. So every year we just get an issue. Well, it's an opportunity to share in this experience. And also, you see here you have every 3 years, we organize an international conference on PSAT. So here you have the link for the next one we have. Oh, sorry, no, I get that. So we have, here you see, this is the link for the next conference we will have on next year, 2023, and the topic in that case will be PSAT in transition, because we are seeing some changes, a part of the economic crisis now with the COVID and all this. So, well, this will be the topic for our next. So you have all the information in this link. But we also go further, and then also in this year, in 2014, we also created an association. It's called AFIP Tips, and in that case, you see for the title, in that case, it's not it's training and research, but we try to put together trainers, researchers, and professionals, people that are just working there. So we have this association. Also, you see, with the idea of disseminate the results, or we interview people. So if you go to this link, you can find, every month there is an interview with people working in this field. And then it's open, so you can have access to these interviews. That's part of our, activity. And we also help with these AFI tips and FITISPOS. We also help to the creation of EMSIT, that is the European Network for Public Service Interpreters and Translators. And this is just it. It's a European association, with this vocation of just going further and getting together, not only we as academics, but also practitioners and associations and institutions. It's a European network. And the last action we have taken is just the creation of this working group within the EMT network that is called Mapping PSAT in the EU. So, well, some information can be in the SKIC. Here you have the link. And this, which is why this group? Again, with this European, within this EMT network, we pay attention. You see, we have been always teaching or getting engaged with what we call language of lesser diffusion or migration languages, because we have been teaching Arabic, Chinese, Russian, Romanian, Bulgarian, so all these languages. And then having a look at the European Union, that obviously multilingualism is said to be, it's at the heart of the European Commission. However, this is restricted, somehow is restricted, because in the European Charter for Regional or Minority Language, where minority language is mentioned, however, this is said, it is said, as you have there, that this minority language does not include the language of migrants. So that's why we said, okay, but this is a hot topic now in the EU because all the countries are receiving migrants and specifically coming here with languages that, of course, they are not non-European languages, as we say that. So that's why we created this group, Mapping PSAT in the EMT network, just to attract the attention of, at least from the at university level, in each of the countries that they have, these programs are included in the network, at least just grow, say, okay, there are more countries interested in this, and then we need to join forces. So this is basically the creation. So this is an initiative that it started, you see, in 2020, yes, while the COVID-19, and that's we still are working on that. Well, let's quickly talk about training, because this is one of our pillars. So as Fetish Post is engaged in UC2, we run somehow two different master's programs. One is the Master Public Service Interpreting and Translation. I will talk this briefly. And the other one is a master's on conference interpreting business-oriented. And so the students, for example, that are conducting the interpreting today come from this master. So we try to involve all the time teachers, professionals, students, growing together. So thank you for the interpretation. Well, as for the master, we started the training of this PSAT in 2002. This was a continuing education specialized course in 2002. Then we get into masters in 2005, and finally in 2009 we get into, it was the first time, when this EMT network was created, we were there in this first session, and since then we have been in the EMT network. By that time, you see, again, our principle, the master is organized following this circle, the training, research, and practice. And though here you have the languages, at one time we taught, and Spanish, well, usually some of these minority languages. Now, because we are always paying attention to the needs of our society, and also we need to, be follow the rules of the academic institution where we are. So right now we teach this language-specific master in Spanish and Arabic, Chinese, Russian, and English and French. These are like the link languages, the lingua franca. So we always include English and French. But, this is a master. The master, you see, here you have the EMT network, so there are more than 19 programs now. We are one of them since the beginning, and I should say that it's probably the only one that concentrates specifically in PSAT and teaching minority languages. So let's go quickly. This is organized, basically, the syllabus is one academic year. And we have different modules, and probably one of the interesting things is that, well, we combine on-site and online classes, but especially that we also teach translation and interpreting, because this is something that is needed, in the public service services. They don't have interpreters, and then they don't have translators. Just one and that's it, if they have, so say that. And so, we also pay attention to these areas that we think they are really say that, necessary. So in the healthcare center, and then in the administrative and legal and educational, and then of course we have the internships just for the students to get in touch with because these are external internships, so the students need to go to the NGOs, to the institutions, to the translation agencies to complete their studies, and then they have the master thesis that it involves research. So this is basically, I mean, what we have. Here I have just pointed out to some of the strengths of this program because it has been growing since then. So, you know, it's language specific. That is not yet so common because we usually teach English and French, that's it. But no, I mean, we have the Chinese Spanish, Russian Spanish, Arabic Spanish. They are, yeah, the students are just in this group and not in the other group. So it's interesting. And also it's interesting for the trainers because there are always, here you have university lecturers, but also experienced practitioners and stakeholders, nurses, judges, that you bring them to class for the students to see how they talk, what they need. I think this is interesting because then the students go to these places and really see these people working there. So it's basically, I should say, very practical MI. There's the internship you see, you have more than 100 agreements the University of Alcalá signed with these institutions, organizations, whatever, that the students, where the students can go. And finally, the research that here has there is also a repository where, because some of this research is really valuable for us to know some communities. Because, for example, in the Arabic community, I don't know Arabic or I don't know the culture, so these students know. And so sometimes they get data that I couldn't get by myself, but they do. So when they have the level, I mean the quality level, they are in this repository, they are open access through the library. So there are some interesting, not all of them, but some of them really are there and I think they are valuable. And, well, I think I will stop here because Raquel maybe say, okay, when Ms. Carmen stop talking. Well, it's your turn now. So, okay, I just have training, so now, I mean, we talk about basically research and practicing what we do as the 50s post group. So, Raquel, yours is the floor. Here, okay.
Okay, well, Carmen, thank you very much. This was actually a very complete presentation, and I'm just going to continue with a special focus on research, and I'm going to link public service interpreting with technology. Well, public service interpreting is obviously linked to public services, but it goes beyond. So many times when we think about public service interpreting, we are already thinking about the medical setting, or the legal setting, or perhaps Carmen has told us about educational or school settings, or domains which in a way belong to the legal setting but are outside court. Well, let me tell you that public service interpreting is also linked to other kinds of service provision. So many times it is also linked to banking or to church settings. It mainly depends on the country, actually. But I would say that public service interpreting, we can put public in brackets and link it to service provision, right? Because many times, well, how can you establish the difference between private and public healthcare services, right? So, as it is linked to service provision, then it is also linked to a way of communicating which is going to determine the way in which we interpret and the way in which we need translation. Excuse me. So, interpreters working with this modality, they are going to work with spontaneous talk, with dialogues. They need to work bilaterally. That means they're going to translate back and forth using two languages. They are going to communicate I mean, they're going to make communication possible between two parties which are going to be quite different. So many times we're going to have a professional who's going to have a, well, a certain amount of knowledge about a particular setting and topic, and one person who's going to be culturally and language divergent, but also is not going to have as much knowledge. So many times the interpreter is going to be a bridge in the widest sense. So this is also going to have a deep impact in the professionalization of interpreting in this setting, and also in the use of technology. I will explain this later to you. This also applies to translation. So many times when we talk about translation, or when someone starts their studies in translation as a student, many times we think that we're going to deal with books or very structured documents. When we are translating in public services, many times what we have to do is an adaptation, because we're focusing on communication. So the translator working in public services, most of the times it is going to be a hybrid professional who's going to deal with both interpreting and translation, as Carmen said, but also this person is going to have a key role in developing the final text, the target text, for the target populations. So when a translator is working in public service settings and has to translate a leaflet, for example, which is related to healthcare promotion, then that leaflet is going to turn into a very different thing compared to the source text. This is called mediation. So the roles of public service interpreters and translators are different from the traditional ones if we focus on all the modalities of translation and interpreting, right? If we focus, for example, on conference interpreting, the interpreter working in public services is going to have roles which are going to challenge invisibility, impartiality, neutrality, the common codes of ethics. But this is because the focus is on communication, right? Well, public service interpreting and translation, of course, has research and academic interest. But when we do research, at least our group, when we do research in public service interpreting and translation, it is also because we want to improve our society. So there is a very clear commitment to the society and to social advancements. So, as this is linked to language rights, to the access of public services, to equity and equality, then it also has a political interest. And we're going to see how public service interpreting and translation is progressing according to different societal and political changes and moves. So sometimes there is going to be a particular interest from a particular government so that communication and integration is fostered with migrant populations, then public service interpreting is going to be better funded, right? So this is not only to push knowledge further, it is also, one of our aims is also to improve our society. Okay. Communication, effective communication in public services is not only for immigrants, but also for locals. As Carmen was saying, there are minority languages inside our territories. So if we've got a person who's used to speak a particular regional language in one country, that person has the right to keep on communicating in that language. And it may happen, although, well, in many countries, it happens that public service providers must speak regional languages too if they work in a particular region, then it can also happen that that person is inside the national territory but in another region, or that that person is talking to a service provider who is not proficient in that regional language. Interpreters and translators also play a part there. Sorry. Public service interpreting and translation, losing my voice. Public service interpreting and translation is also useful for tourists, but also useful for expats or workers from a particular country who go to another country for several months, years. And this is Europe. I mean, this is our reality. We have already acknowledged that European workers can cross borders to work in other countries. And our language diversity is huge inside Europe. And we cannot keep on thinking that English is the only language that we need, because most of the times, if we are trying to communicate, I mean, not only at work settings, but if we are going to use a particular public service and we want to communicate, we really need to do it in our language. If we are in pain and we go to the doctors, perhaps we can communicate in English, but that is not going to be enough. If we are really nervous because we've been attacked and we go to a police station, perhaps English is not going to be in our best moment, right? And it also happens to the service providers that they can use English, but perhaps they are not so proficient. And then there is also culture. We tend to think that in Europe, we all share the same culture, but it might not be the case. Particularly if we are dealing with the functioning of public services. This is also culturally marked. So sometimes we're going to have several expectations which are not going to be met, and there's going to be a misunderstanding because of that difference, which could be bridged by a professional. Okay, Carmen has already told us about associations and professional bodies. We've got our own professional association in Spain. We've got the European Network for Public Service Interpreting. And these are also to fight for the recognition of public service interpreting as a profession. So, it happens that when you work for the public sector and for communities who are sometimes in a not very advantageous position, such as migrants, then the work which is done is not so well considered and not so well paid. So there is a huge difference between conference interpreters, who have become an elite, and public service interpreters, even though they might have similar training. We've already seen that we've got master's degrees for public service interpreting too. The recognition of interpreting, public service interpreting and translation as a profession also leads us to professional rights. So it is not only that we're dealing with the right to communicate, it is also that those people who are acting as interpreters are professionals and need to be paid, need to be recognized, they've got rights. I'm afraid it's still quite common to consider that whoever can be an interpreter in public services, right? And for instance, when there is some trouble in a medical consultation to communicate with patients, the doctor would still go out to the waiting room and ask for someone who speaks that particular language, or go and grab someone who speaks a little bit of English, something like that. Well, rights for public service users, but also rights for interpreters and translators. There is, of course, diversity in training, because there is a diversity in the profiles of those who pursue studies in public service translation and interpreting. Also, this is linked to the languages in which public service interpreting and translation is performed. Because, well, if we are dealing, for instance, with, don't know, African minority languages, sometimes we cannot expect that some people who are very proficient in Wolof has studies in undergraduate studies in Wolof. Perhaps they have undergraduate studies in other things, but not in Wolof, right? And this applies to other minority languages. Well, the undefinition of roles is also related to the undefinition of problems and needs. We know that languages are important to communicate, but the communication in public service settings has multiple dimensions. As I was telling you before, it is not only language, it can also be culture, and it can go further, because many times we cannot distinguish between culture, language. We know that there is a communication problem, but we don't know where the problem is rooted. So this brings as a circumstance that in particular public service settings, interpreters are not required, but we are thinking about, for instance, mediators. In the healthcare setting, it is very common that mediators are called upon instead of interpreters. And many times when we're talking about healthcare interpreters, we're actually talking about a kind of interpreter who is going to go further and include mediation tasks in their performance. But this is because we still don't know about the problem, right? We haven't defined the needs, so it is very difficult to define the role of those interpreters. The market is unstable too, because if we are dealing with public services and this is linked to public money, well, sometimes it is going to be hard to share a little bit of money with all the public service needs which exist. But many times there are also hybrid solutions, and it has also happened that several initiatives have come across which allow the possibility for users to hire interpreting or translation services on their own. This is not the best solution. But, well, this is what happens in an unstable market. Okay. Ethics and quality are always main worries for public service interpreting and translation. And it is not that public service interpreting and translation is like something which is not regulated at all, or it is not fully defined, not fully professionalized. But we've got professional associations which provide standards for best practice and codes of ethics. This is the case, for instance, of our national association, but also of EMSIT, which is the European network, and many other national associations for public service interpreting and translation. And we've got ISO standards specific for public service interpreting and translation. You've got the link in here, and I'm not going to devote plenty of time to this because we do not have much, but we've got a general standard for public service interpreting, which was issued, I think, in 2014, and is being currently revised. We've got another one specific for healthcare. We've got another one for legal interpreting. And some others have been developed. And we've got very interesting ISO standards, which are linked to interpreting, translation, and technologies. And I'm sure you know about them. Okay, and the dimension of public service interpreting, well, Carmen has explained how it emerged in Spain, but it has a huge projection in Europe. So we as a group have a presence in EMSIT, but in the Directorate General for for Translation, as Carmen has said, and also at the SCIC, this is the Directorate General for Interpreting. We've got a prominent role in the Knowledge Center for Interpretation. And this is a milestone, because usually the European Commission has dealt with interpreting, but just with conference interpreting as they understand it, which is actually not the, I have to say, it is not the conference interpreting that we're used to in Spain, because in Spain, conference interpreting is practiced in conferences and congresses, right? But in the European Commission, it is for meetings. So the scope is quite different, actually. Well, thanks to our activism, we've got a prominent role in the SCIC, so there is a space devoted to public service interpreting. And this is, I think this is really important, because this is the acknowledgement of European institutions about the existence and importance of public service interpreting. I would like to mention also Red T, because this is a very different approach. Red T deals with interpreting in conflict settings. Right now, we are really aware of the existence of conflicts because, well, perhaps we can think that the Ukrainian conflict is very close to us, but conflicts are there all the time. So the world has never been in peace, never. And interpreters are always present in conflict settings. Actually, interpreters are nowadays are really important in these settings, because war nowadays is very linked to manipulation. So it is not that we fight and that we kill each other. The way in which war is done right now is by convincing local populations to raise against the regime which the other party needs to defeat. And you cannot convince anyone if you cannot communicate properly, right? So, socially and professionally, the presence of interpreters in conflict settings is, well, a hot potato, because many times they are underprotected, or, well, their role boundaries, as you may imagine, are very diffuse, cannot be all the way. But also, if we focus a little bit on technology, plenty of technology is being developed so that communication is made possible without interpreters in particular moments, because it is very risky to have interpreters there. Well, we could be speaking about this for ages, but let's progress further and let's focus on research. Well, I would say that public service interpreting is a very productive field of research. Carmen has already told us about the different settings in which we have carried out research, but I would say that the transfer of results from this research is quite moderate. I think this is linked not to a lack of necessities. I mean, it is not that we do not need these research results, it is that there is a lack of money, because many times, well, money is placed in other things which are perhaps more scientific, or which deal with other, which are more specialized and do not deal with languages or communication. So many times communication is taken for granted. But, well, when I listen to these sentences, and this is, I mean, it is not that we're talking about sentences which have been heard like 20 or even 10 years ago. These are quite recent, right? Like, don't worry, we understand each other perfectly using gestures. This is a common belief. This is a common belief. We that are specialized in communication and languages, we know that gestures are not the same in all the cultures, and that communication with gestures actually is not ideal. Or do you speak English? And this was said by a Spanish doctor to the husband interpreter of an Arabic-speaking patient. English? If the patient speaks Arabic and the doctor speaks Spanish? The husband interpreter was bridging between Spanish and Arabic. The doctor was feeling that the communication was not so good. And his or her idea, I cannot remember whether it was a man or a woman, the idea was, let's turn to English. Perhaps none of the three participants in the conversation knew English in a proficient way to communicate in the medical setting. Or this is related to translation. That is just a matter of resending emails. This was when a proposal about volunteer translation for Ukrainian refugees was put on the table very recently. I mean, we all know that translation has to be organized, but many people think it is just a matter of resending emails. We receive a text, we send it to someone who translates it, and then it is sent back to the commander. Anyway, well, I'm going very quickly through this. This is for you to see in which way research has been prominent. Because we managed to have funding for research since we started. It was not a lot of money, let me tell you, but I think it is not bad to have been funded from the very beginning of our research group. We have been carrying out research in healthcare settings from the very beginning, and we've put the focus on interpreting, translation, and also mediation. In education and schools, the focus was put on the design of multilingual guides and in the empowerment of ad hoc interpreters and the bridge towards professional interpreting and translation. In the legal setting, I would mention in particular the project Speak Out for Support, which was related to gender violence. This was led by the University of Vigo in the north of Spain. And this one received European money. And, well, sometimes public service interpreting and translation is considered more important when it is linked to a particular social problem, such as this one, gender violence. Although, as you can see, public service interpreting and translation is almost everywhere. In prison settings, and let me tell you that in prison settings, very prominent technological progress is being done because telephone interpreting is being implemented. Before, there was nothing. So, our research group has also taken up actions to promote not only accessibility to public service for migrant populations, but accessibility to the work market for people who were proficient in Spanish and their own languages, had many times already acted as interpreter or translator, but had no training. So we've also trained volunteer interpreters and immigrant populations who have had the chance to, well, to pursue further studies or to perform interpreting in a more professional way. In conflict and emergency, public service and translation is also very present. And technology here is essential. We've carried out a project to provide support for interpreters who were performing in conflicts. This is war settings or interpreting for refugees. And we've also developed solutions to communicate in emergency situations. These are many times based on automatic translation. Telephone interpreting, I would say, is one of the hottest topics for research. Our main projects right now pursue this line of research. Well, we focus on distance interpreting, remote distance interpreting, but telephone interpreting is the modality which is, well, the most popular one these days for public service interpreting. And we are trying to analyze discourse and patterns so that we can go ahead and develop technological tools for the assistance of interpreters, and we are trying to advance towards automation. You will have a presentation tomorrow about telephone interpreting, and you will know plenty about this. And we also carry out projects in collaboration with other professionals. And this is very important for us because in that way we make public service interpreting and translation known in other settings. And we try to destroy those misconceptions about, well, translation is just done out of nothing, or interpreting can be done by whoever, right? And this is actually this is being very useful because this is making that these professionals who are applying for funding in medicine or in other fields, they also budget translation and interpreting or include translation and interpreting researchers in their projects. Okay, which are the main results? Okay, in healthcare, there is a growing need of interpreting and translation services. And communication with foreign populations is perceived as a problem, but this not only focuses on language. There is an insufficient provision of interpreting and translation services, and there is some professionalization, but there is the appearance of technology which is consolidating by means of using telephone interpreters and software. And something which is a little bit more challenging is the importance of cultural mediation, which many times, although telephone interpreters do a little bit of cultural mediation when needed, it is perceived as something which is, well, not easy to solve using technology. So this brings as a result that many times those telephone interpreting services have to be complemented by on-site intercultural mediation services. In the legal setting, there is a lot of activism and professional pressure, which is very, very good, particularly for interpreters and translators. And there is more and more training and specialization with an emphasis on ethics. There is a slow development of regulation following European guidelines. Well, it is law, but it is there. And there is kind of a detachment from other PSI settings, particularly in regards with court interpreting, which, remember, is just a subfield of legal interpreting. We've got many other fields within legal interpreting. Here we can feel a bridge between mainstream languages and those of lesser diffusion. Languages of lesser diffusion present further challenges because if we want to use professional interpreters who hold degrees, well, undergraduate and graduate degrees, and then we pay attention to languages of lesser diffusion, sometimes interpreters for those languages are not trained at such a high level. Their training is more practical, not so formal many times. Here we can see outsourcing and sometimes poor working conditions. These have to be improved for sure, but this is linked to under-professionalization, so the social problem, so to say, which lies beneath is a little bit more complicated. So no, it is not only a matter of it is being outsourced and outsourcing is bad. The problem is much more complicated. In educational setting, there is an increased awareness because the use of public service interpreting and translation implies the full integration of students, and having students who are really students and not students and parents at the same time, and the bridge between teachers and their own parents, which is not an ideal situation, particularly for children, right? Traditionally, interpreters have been provided by NGOs, but in the last decade, telephone interpreting is also very present. So here we've got technology again. In prison settings, there's still a lack of awareness. Interpreting is only provided in very specific situations. Remember that prisons are like little worlds, and in prison you do all the things that you would do outside the prison, right? You go to the doctors, you go to the shop, you do all those things. So many times communication is not provided for those little things. It is only provided when interns need to communicate with authorities, with lawyers, and many times inmates are acting as interpreters. In the last year, we've seen that telephone interpreting has started in prison settings, which I think is great. And then in conflict situations and emergencies, the use of technology here is really prominent. Interpreters undergo a huge emotional impact and plenty of stress in these situations. Depending on the situation, because conflict is a very wide setting, depending on the situation, interpreters do not fully choose to be interpreters, right? They are recruited and, well, simply have to say yes to act as interpreters. And other solutions are being explored because human interpreters suffer. Of course, there are different profiles of interpreters. There are also interpreters who are hired in, in particular countries which are sending troops to conflict areas. So there are plenty of different profiles. Ethics is an issue, and training as well, because usually these interpreters lack training. And then, telephone interpreting. Telephone interpreting is everywhere. Training is being improved, and quality is is the main focus of both research and practice. And I would say that plenty of effort is put on quality, and plenty of projects are being developed which explore quality in telephone interpreting. Okay. Perhaps it is related to telephone interpreting, remote interpreting, distance interpreting, but we can already say that we are living a technological turn in interpreting and translation, particularly in interpreting, because the technological turn was already there for translation. And we can distinguish between three different ways of understanding technology within interpreting. Interpreting can be technology mediated, technology supported, and technology generated. When it is technology mediated, we're talking about distance interpreting. So interpreting which is done through technology. When it is technology supported, we are dealing with CAI tools, computer-assisted interpreting, right? As a help for interpreters. And interpreting can also be technology generated. And here we're talking about automated interpreting. Okay, technology-mediated interpreting deals with, in public service settings, deals with telephone and video linked interpreting. The users of this kind of interpreting can be on site, and the interpreter is connects remotely, or we can be dealing with three-way calls, and interpreting in three-way calls is very useful. So when you already have telephone public service, then the logical thing is that the interpreter also connects on the phone. So, as you know, in post-pandemic or pandemic times, public service provision is done over the phone more and more frequently. So telephone interpreters are linked more and more frequently to public services. So once you have to set the technology to provide services over the phone, it is easier to introduce an interpreter. So we're witnessing an increase in the provision of interpreting services for public service provision. If I have to refer to particular milestones in technology-supported interpreting, I would talk about digital pens, which have produced the emergence and evolution of a new modality of interpreting, which is SimConsec, which is, interpreters nowadays are not so used to consecutive interpreting. They are very prominently trained in simultaneous interpreting. So many times what happens right now is that interpreters who have to do consecutive record the utterances and then play them for themselves so that they can interpret simultaneously. This has been termed SimConsec. And then tablet interpreting. But also computer-assisted interpreting tools like glossaries and even automatic, the automatic generation of glossaries, the automatic translation of particular terms, and, well, a wide range of tools which have been developed for interpreting. And I would say they have been very useful for conference interpreting, not so much for public service interpreting. And then technology-generated interpreting. I've included a lot in here because perhaps this is of your interest. Perhaps you also know this because it is of your interest. The thing is that when we are ready for speech-to-text and text-to-speech technology, this is kind of an equation, right? You can delete to text and text to, and then we've got speech-to-speech, right? That is automatic interpreting. These are some of the most prominent projects in automatic interpreting. As you can see, they date back from the 80s. And little by little, they have evolved from human-machine dialogue to interpreting in natural settings, multilingual and dialogic settings. So this is getting closer to public service interpreting. So public service interpreting is particularly challenging for automated interpreting because language is natural, because languages are many, and because there is a continuous change in language, right? If we compare this to conference interpreting, right, which is a discourse which is more or less prepared, it is formal, and which is just unidirectional, just one language. But researchers are pushing things forward so that it also applies to public service and dialogic situations. And I told you before that technology-supported interpreting was not very popular for public service interpreting. Well, research is being carried out to know why technology is not felt as useful. I mean, technology supporting tools are not felt as useful for public service interpreting. And we know that the feelings and attitudes of public service interpreters towards technology are actually very negative, really negative. This might be due to the fact that these technologies have been designed for other modalities of interpreting. But also, I think this has to do with ergonomic factors. So, ergonomics deals with working conditions. And ergonomics puts the focus on the workers, on the interpreters, who are feeling stress, who lack nonverbal cues when they are doing telephone interpreting. But many times we just focus on how to introduce technology or how the message can be communicated through technology. And we are forgetting about the interpreters. I think it is essential to situate the interpreters and translators as the center of the technological turn and take them into account to develop these tools, because if not, they are not going to use them. And all the research which is going to be carried out is going to be totally useless. And just to conclude, public service interpreting and translation is essential in the accessibility of public services by migrant populations, but not only. Public service interpreting and translation is for all of us, whether we are communicating with foreign populations and we are in our own country with our own language. It is useful for us when we travel, and it is useful to the society, because if everybody can access public services, then everybody has the same opportunities, the same, well, if we also take into account that if we all, for instance, use healthcare, then as a society we'll be healthier. Right? This is related to public health, and this applies to if everybody access education, if everybody access justice, then the society as a whole is healthier, more educated. Then, professionalization and working conditions need improving, and this also puts the focus on technology. Technology has to take into account translators and interpreters so that their working conditions are better. Because technology is present more and more, but not always accepted. So we have to reconsider the focus of the process. In my opinion, technology per se shouldn't be the focus, but the tool. The focus should be the professional who is going to use that technology. And that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your speech, to both of you. It's been a very interesting presentation. We have a couple of questions from the audience online. But first of all, it's been so amazing that you mentioned Verb Mobile, because it is a very interesting project that has been completely forgotten nowadays. It dates as back as 25 years already. But it was so interesting and so cutting edge by that time already, and I haven't seen anything like that anymore. I'm not sure if I have missed anything, but that was a very interesting project and cutting edge. So thank you very much for mentioning that. We have a couple of questions from Anna Setkovic-Rizka. I hope I have pronounced that well, and sorry if I haven't. The first of them is, are there sworn state-certified legal translators and interpreters in Spain? I think the answer to the first one is yes, but what about interpreters? Do we have certified interpreters? This is something I myself don't know. And if so, when are the services used and when are public service interpreters used? So this is the first question. So can you please reply to this one, and then I will make the second one.
Should I go here? Okay, yes, for the questions about sworn translators. Yes, of course, there is a body of sworn translators and interpreters, but but you know, they don't necessarily just to act in a public service, in healthcare or educational or even in the legal setting. It's not a compulsory just to be a sworn translator or interpreter, just to act there. So, and at the same time, these sworn translators and interpreters, they depend on the Foreign Affairs Ministry in Spain, not in the Justice Ministry. So that's interesting because most of this, I mean, dealing with public service interpreting and translation, I mean, we are dealing with the Ministry of Affairs, I mean, with the Justice Ministry, I mean, in this, or what we call Ministerio de Interior, you know. But, you know, those, and at the same time, not all the languages that are used in public services settings, there are sworn translators available, because they have to pass an exam, an accreditation exam, and sometimes there is not, I mean, just available. And there is the need, and the healthcare centers, the same. I mean, we need translators and interpreters, but they are not. I mean, they don't necessarily need to be sworn translators and interpreters. Sometimes there is not, I mean, there is a lack of translators and interpreters, and sometimes they are not required just to be sworn translators. But of course, there is a legal body of sworn translators and interpreters.
Dio, okay, this is working. So first of all, I'm not sure if I thanked Anna for her questions, so thank you very much, Anna, for being there and for your questions as well. So the second question is, could you develop, I think this is for Raquel, could you develop on the ways to train interpreters and translators of rare languages when there are no recognized experts in those languages? This is an interesting question. Actually, I was going to ask you if nobody else would have asked.
Yeah, I think Carmen could have also answered that, because this is something that we do inside the group, so it is not specifically that I've done it. You can train interpreters. I mean, this is, I guess this is related to language proficiency, right? So you can train interpreters even though you don't know the language. I know this is very challenging, right? But this can happen. So many times there is one person who is proficient in that particular rare language that we can bring, and that person can teach together with some other teachers who are not proficient in that language. But when we develop and train interpreters, there are a set of competences which have to be developed. And the language is one of them, but not the only one. So many times you can teach many other aspects of interpreting which are essential and totally unknown. For instance, if you're training in ethics, most of the times training in ethics is even more important than training in languages, because we are dealing with people who know the languages. So other aspects need to be developed. Most of the times we succeed in bringing one teacher of that particular language, but if it is not possible, that can also be done. Remember that we are dealing with languages in which training is also very scarce. I mean, those people have been most of the times acting already as interpreters and need to complement their knowledge. I don't know if you want to add.
So this is basically the problems that the network has to deal with, because I understood this question completely in a different way from what you answered, and now I realize this is what most probably Anna was asking, but I have a different question related to this one, which is, you have spoken about the settings where the teacher or the trainer doesn't know the language.
Yeah.
But there is another setting, which is you need to interpret, you need to translate in settings where the people who could speak the minority language doesn't even have a degree. How do you train these kind of people? This is my question.
Yeah, usually when we are dealing with languages of lesser diffusion, that is many times the case. We've got people who even have experience with interpreting already, but they lack that training in interpreting, so you have to teach them how to interpret. And if we go back to the language matter, for instance, we also train them in the elaboration of glossaries, that many times that can be further implemented into that language proficiency too, and which can build tools for future interpreters in that particular language pair. But yeah, both things can happen, and it has to do many times with the profile of the interpreter, which is also linked to the language. So when we are dealing with interpreters of French, English, I mean the mainstream languages, most of the times they are going to hold undergraduate, graduate degrees. They may have plenty of academic background, so to say, but they lack experience in interpreting. Some of the times we can find interpreters of languages of lesser diffusion. They have experience in interpreting, or they've been, perhaps that experience is not even formal. I mean, they can, it might be the case that they have acted as interpreters in public service settings, but they can also have been interpreters for their relatives or very informal interpreters. But they do not have any training in, formal training in interpreting or translation. Yeah.
Yeah, then another thing is that when we train, you know, for language and lesser diffusion, I mean, we need to consider that we always have, and now, I mean, this is an increasing possibility, on-site and online classes. Also, there are many resources online, and as Raquel was saying, like in some of these speakers or practitioners in these languages of lesser diffusion, they have a lot of experience. What they don't have is an academic degree, but anyhow, I mean, and they can be, if not trained, they are ready to develop these glossaries because they have them, I mean, even if it is legal or if it is in the healthcare, but you find it's not difficult to find, and especially, you know, here in Spain, I mean, now we are starting a project just concentrating of Afghanistan, of Afghans people that they came here. And they don't know Spanish. And now we have the possibility to develop like a specific course to train this. And we have found out many of these interpreters, I mean, people that they know, they have been working for the refugees or for the asylum seekers here in Spain or for the ministry, or just helping these people when they just arrived here like some months ago. This is our task, develop a specific training program for those people that they have been working as translators, helping the government, helping the institutions. They know the language, they know the culture. They don't have this specific degree. But I mean, this combination, I mean, it's the only way, I think, just combine experience with practice, with knowledge of the language, with, you know, as Raquel was saying, training on ethics, training on working memory. There are many different competences that, of course, if we have, because we are mostly interested in language-specific training. This is what we have done since the beginning. And now we see this, we are always looking for resources, ways to do that. So this combination of online, on-site, and specialized or experienced interpreters and academic trainers on stakeholders that they come to teach you and just show the students, it's possible. I think it's possible and it's real. I mean, this is the way, yes, we work, and I think it's a possibility of just having just really trained people. They're at the same time, they're trainees and then trainers, and this is like, you know, a wheel. Yeah.
Another question I would like to ask is, how do you foresee the future of interpreters, taking into account the lack of professionals dealing with, for example, the language pair, two minority language included in the pairs, which is a very difficult thing to achieve. So let's say Estonian and Slovenian, who can speak those two languages. Do we need these kind of pairs? Are we going to keep on using English as a lingua franca, or do you think that it is possible to include interpreting in the future in many other settings, recovering the use of our own languages in international scenarios? Or are we I'm playing the advocate, the devil's advocate, as you can see. Are we forced, will we still be forced to keep using English as a lingua franca? Can we get back to the past and get back to our mother tongues and so on? Or will interpreting be limited to English and some other language, for example? How do you, what's your forecast?
Well, of course, I think we are not just all of us becoming English speakers. I hope. I mean, we are in a globalized world, but I think there is also another slogan, no go global, but go local. And I think this is true. I mean, if you have a culture, if you have a language, of course, you don't want this language die. And and of course, almost every day, some language, they say, it sort of disappear. But I think at the same time that technology is also, yes, if we accept technology, at the same time, and now we have examples, I mean, because some of these conflicts that we have now, it's because of that. It's not just also, it's the economic power and it's the language, whatever. But of course, there is this sort of, okay, this is a culture, this is a language, and it's here, and these are my roots. And so I think like we need to learn how to combine, survive. But I don't think, I mean, English is there and French is there, and of course the technological development is in this language, but also somehow is little by little getting into this other minority language, so, or less used languages. So, well, technology, it's there, technology can help, but also the humans. I mean, we are there, and I think both of us need to, sort of live together. So I hope and I think that we'll be able to train and there will be professionals in all these languages. And the human and technology need to work together, and that's it, and not just the only one.
Thank you very much. Anna also thanks you for your answer to your questions, and actually she congratulates you for the presentation and maybe also for the answer. Okay. So thank you very much to all the audience. Contrary to what I said before, we are going to come back to continue with the meeting at 11 o'clock. Sorry for my mistake. So we will be back. We are having a short break, and we will be back at 11 o'clock to go on with the brief presentations. Thank you very much to Carmen. And well, do you have any other question? I don't think so. So thank you very much to Carmen and to Raquel for their presentation. Thank you very much. It's been so interesting. And thank you to the audience for being there. We will be back in some minutes at 11 o'clock. See you later.
Thank you for the interpreters.
Oh yeah, thank you. introduction now?
Sorry?
Are you going to do the introduction now?
Introduction
session?
to...
For the five of us? Do I have to do it?
I think
Do you want me to
I
do
was
it?
thinking you might do it. You're the chair here right now. Okay. And then I will say this very...
Will we start immediately?
Daniel is supposed to speak for the 30 minutes or only some time for questions?
As you prefer.
You're the boss.
As you prefer. I have a problem because my laptop has got no battery left, and I will have to manage to get the questions. So wait. Diego, ¿hay alguna forma de proyectar el chat en caso de que lo necesitemos? Porque yo no tengo batería. Ah, ya estamos, estoy ya en pantalla. Muy buenos días a todos. So, welcome again. We are almost ready to start. Sorry for the delay. But since we had a little bit of a delay at the end of the previous session, we have got also a delay during this session, to start this session, sorry. So what we are going to have now is the brief presentation from some members of Working Group 7 of the LITHME Coast Action, who are going to present their past and current research. I'm going to, well, so first of all, we will have Marit Koponen. We were having some conversations about the intonation of Finnish. She's coming from the University of East Finland. Then I will speak. I'm Antonio Pareja, right now at the Universidad de Alcalá. Then we will have Marta Seresi coming from Budapest, Hungary. Then it will be the turn for Rui Sousa Silva from the University of Porto. And then we will have Mehmet Şahin coming from Istanbul, Turkey. Is that okay? You cannot hear that, and I cannot reproduce that right now. I need to see it written at least. I should know, but I have forgotten that. So let's give the floor to Marit. Thank you very much for being here, and your turn.
Okay. Thank you, Antonio, for the introduction. And yes, I'm Marit Koponen, currently with the University of Eastern Finland, located in Joensuu in Finland. I've previously worked at the University of Helsinki and University of Turku. And as I was preparing for this presentation, it became a bit of a look back into the past, trying to remember what is it that I actually do. And I tried to formulate this into some sort of a sensible structure, because I noticed that I have been going in a lot of directions. So there are a lot of little things I have been interested in at various points. They somehow connect to machine translation, and they somehow connect to linguistic accessibility. And to start with, what do I mean by linguistic accessibility? Actually, our keynote speakers in the first session already did a very good job of introducing us to this topic. but to kind of give you an idea of the context where I am working with. So here, the screenshot you can see there. This is from early stages of the COVID pandemic. So this is the five of the Finnish government ministers, our prime minister there in the middle. And then various other ministers explaining the COVID situation and the various measures that were put in place in Finland in the beginning. And we see here, also in addition to the 5 ministers, and in fact covering one of them, is a sign language interpreter. And we see also the subtitling into Finnish, so done as a live subtitling during the live broadcast of this session. But something that's missing here, obviously, is that we are not reaching, the information is not reaching anyone who does not speak Finnish or does not understand the Finnish sign language. And this, obviously, this problem did not arise with the COVID situation, but the pandemic made it very clear that this is a problem. How do we communicate information to all of the people who live in Finland but do not necessarily speak Finnish? How do we reach them? And so there have been some studies done on this. It affected, for example, the vaccination rates. Getting the information about current measures out was difficult. Because obviously, for example, people who live in Finland and speak some other language, they were able to find information about COVID in general from press in other countries, but not the local situation. Because we were communicating mostly in Finnish, in Swedish, which is the other national language, and then to a more limited extent in English as a lingua franca. So from this kind of background, so information and particularly digital information being crucial in various situations, not only crisis settings like the pandemic, but in general, there is an increasing need for multilingual information. At the same time, as we have already heard in the keynote speech, resources for multilingual practices are generally limited. So the question becomes, can technology help? And specifically when we are talking about multilingual settings, can machine translation do something for this situation? And broadly speaking, the areas that I have been working on, you can think of it as or divide it into 2 ways. So you can think of machine translation as a translator's tool. How can it help translators, and as we heard, also interpreters, make more information available? And then also, how can we use machine translation on its own, so fully automatically, to provide information? And these are kind of the 2 broad categories where I try to organize my work so far. So let's start with the idea of technology as a translator's tool. So basically where I started my academic career was working with machine translation post-editing, which is probably a familiar process for at least most of you. So the idea is that machine translation is used to produce a raw version of some source text that is then checked and corrected by a translator. The idea being that it would make translation faster, lower costs, and allow for more content to be translated within the same time frame and with the same resources. Now, there are some obvious questions and assumptions here. So in order to be faster and actually make sense, we need to figure out when to use machine translation, how to use machine translation, and what is the actual effect. As our keynote speakers already noted, you have to center the people who are actually using these tools and work with them in a way that makes sense in their work processes and settings. So especially, I would say, in the beginning of my research, I was quite focused on questions of machine translation quality, errors, and then post-editing. So one area being the effect of different types of machine translation errors on post-editing effort. Now, post-editing effort, quite commonly, we use as a proxy the so-called edit distance metric. So you compare the machine-translated version and then a version that has been corrected by the translator or the post-editor, as they're often called. And you count the number of words that remain the same and the number of words that have been changed, and you calculate the edit distance, and then you say, okay, this is how much effort went into correcting this text. However, that assumes that all errors are equal, and they are not. So going all the way back to Hans Krings and his seminal work done already in the 1980s, there are different types of errors. So some errors can be very easy to spot and very quick to correct. Some errors can be very difficult to spot and very difficult to correct. And you can also have these kind of crossed situations where something is easy to spot, but it takes a lot of effort to correct it. And then also vice versa, something can be very easy to correct, but it takes a lot of cognitive effort to figure out what went wrong and how did it go wrong. So this is kind of what I was digging into in the beginning of my work. I've worked with I think in the paper itself, I originally talked about cognitive effort. Nowadays, I would frame it more as perceived effort. So how do the post-editors themselves perceive certain errors? And the idea behind this was that, so it comes from a data set where in addition to the post-edits, we had these evaluations saying how much effort did it take to correct this error. And you notice situations there where it might be that there were very few changes. So the machine translation had been changed very little, but the post-editor said that this was a lot of effort. So the idea there was to identify, so what are these errors that are causing them trouble? And we come to things like, for example, word order being difficult to correct, and then some other types being easy to correct. I won't go into a whole lot of detail about all the various papers because we don't have that much time, but if you are interested, you can find out more there. Then together with Wilker Aziz and Lucia Spezia, we did a couple of papers where we also looked at effort in terms of time. So how long did it take to correct specific machine-translated sentences, and technical effort, so using key logging to see the typing effort involved. And then try to, again, identify how different types of errors affect those measures. And then slightly more recently, with some Finnish colleagues also working on comparisons of post-editing rule-based machine translation, statistical machine translation, and neural machine translation. Those of you who work on MTE may be a bit surprised to see rule-based in there in these days. However, for Finnish, which is a morphologically rich, as they say, language, but also highly systematic in its morphological richness, rule-based systems actually work quite well. There is at least one English into Finnish system that is still in quite active use that is rule-based. It produces translations that are not necessarily the most, how should I put it, the most fluent, so they often feel a bit clunky, but the correctness level is very high, or the accuracy. Then a slightly different aspect of errors that I worked on with Leena Salmi was the question of errors and comprehensibility. So this goes a bit aside from Translators tool as such. However, it does relate to what is known as monolingual post-editing. So this is something that has been at least suggested, that post-editing could be more like a language check, so that the post-editor does not necessarily need to understand the source language, does not need to see the source text. They are simply asked to correct the linguistic errors in the target text. So we did a bit of a test with English to Finnish machine translation, working with students in this case. So we gave them only the Finnish machine translated version and told them to correct it to the best of their ability. And we were trying to identify, so what are the things that they actually can post-edit? And are there things that they cannot? To give you a spoiler for the paper, especially when something is missing from the machine translation. So it has completely disappeared. They cannot, like, you cannot recover information that has been lost. There are also, we saw situations where the machine translation was convincing enough, so our students didn't even suspect that there was an error, so they left it uncorrected because it looked fine to them. So, yeah. The cookie jars here, this is an old simile from Nuremberg and colleagues, I believe, who note that, you can think of these various types of errors so that you have a batch of cookies. Some of the cookies may be a bit misshapen or they got a bit burnt, but they still taste good and you can still eat them. They're perfectly functional cookies. So those would be your linguistic errors. However, let's say that by some weird coincidence, some poison has ended up in some of the cookies. Those would be your meaning errors. And the poisoned cookies look exactly the same as the cookies that are fine. So, well, we then also get to this question like, what is an acceptable error rate? I don't know. Out of 100 cookies, how many poisoned cookies are acceptable to you? So this is where kind of like we were examining, like, can you actually understand the machine translation without any access to the source? Then I'll just mention very quickly, this has led to some side projects, also developing resources for machine translation evaluation. So together with some colleagues, we worked on this morphological evaluation test set for various languages, including Finnish, which was published in the WMT 2018. And then recently, with some colleagues in Saarland and Dublin City University, we have been compiling a corpus of parallel human translations, which could be used for machine translation evaluation. So just mentioning those quickly. Okay, we are not moving. Then obviously there are other questions related to the use of machine translation, so kind of moving on to a bit of a bigger picture, working with the processes of translators, how do they actually use machine translation in their work? And I was involved in this EU-funded project called MEMAD, which ended last year. And it was a larger project involving audiovisual data. So the acronym there stands for Methods for Managing Audiovisual Data. And one part of this project, which I worked on at the University of Helsinki, was that we were testing machine translation and actually also automatic speech recognition for subtitling videos, working in collaboration with the Finnish national broadcaster, Yle. And some of the things we worked on were questions of using machine translation and post-editing and how that affects the productivity of subtitle translators. Also, their user experience. So what was it like for them to introduce these tools into the subtitling project? We worked in, or tested slightly different approaches. So we did try subtitling so that you start with the video, run it through ASR, automatic segmentation and spotting of the subtitles, then machine translation, various combinations of this workflow. And then also the other thing we tried was that we started with intra-lingual subtitles, so subtitles created in the language of the original program by human subtitlers, and then tried machine translating those. To give you a very broad idea of what our results were, so we're working to and from Finnish, between English and Swedish. And the broad strokes are that especially with the ASR plus machine translation plus post-editing, the technology was definitely not mature enough, at least for these language pairs. So it definitely became more effort for the translators to use it than to subtitle from scratch. And they were not happy with the experience. Starting from the intralingual subtitles, the experience was slightly better, but they did not, so the broadcaster did not consider this something that would be production ready. They were not interested in implementing it in their processes. We also had a bit of a, which was for me a slightly side project. Kaisa Vitikainen is the main person working on this, and we still have some ongoing work on this, was using automatic speech recognition and then post-editing to create intralingual subtitles. So for example, Finnish videos subtitled into Finnish. And here, because the ASR was on a higher level and well, perhaps an easier problem to solve than the machine translation, the intralingual subtitlers were actually very satisfied with this, and the broadcaster did end up incorporating the ASR that we worked with into their workflows, and they are using it currently. Then some other questions of how technology has affected the translation industry. Some recent work with colleagues in Helsinki and Turku. So my co-author Sanna Nyqvist there is an expert on copyright issues. So we worked on a book chapter which should be coming out very soon, discussing questions of copyright and authorship in situations where translation technology, particularly machine translation, is part of the workflow. So the question becomes, if part of the translation is created by a machine, who is actually the author of the translation? How does this affect copyright and all those questions? Again, to give you a brief spoiler of what we end up with is that nobody knows. So obviously there are complications with international copyright law in general is a complicated situation, and this is of course something that is quite new, so it is still untested. So we try to present some ideas there of what it might mean. Other ongoing work I have, we're currently working with Felix Ducarmo at Surrey. Some questions of how does the use of machine translation in its various forms affect the status and working conditions of translators, revisers, and post-editors, and all of those questions. And then, of course, looking into what this all means for translator training. What are the things that we as trainers of future translators have to take into account? I've been working on how to teach post-editing, for example. How do we incorporate that into translator training? And then also a bit of a larger collaboration with this network of what are called simulated translation bureaus. So this is a form of organizing translator training courses where we have the students form a translation company, a simulated one. So they don't, during the course, they do not work on actual projects. They work on simulated projects. Sometimes we might have outside clients, in a sense, involved, but these are not for projects that would be actually published. It's more that they want to contribute to the training of people who may end up working for them in the future. So they bring us these simulated projects and treat it as if it was a real translation assignment. How do you organize the project? How do you communicate with the clients? And so on. And then sometimes if we don't have enough of these outside clients, then the teachers pretend to be clients. So we all have an alter ego who then commissions translations from our students. And this is a paper that, so this is an international network, or mostly European, I should say, and together with others in the network who run similar simulations, we wrote a paper on how technology is utilized in those types of translation workshops. Right, trying to look at the time here. Okay, so that was part one, translators tool. And now we get to part two. So what about using machine translation on its own? This obviously is already an old practice coming from the very early years of machine translation in general, called either machine translation for assimilation, so for assimilating information or getting information, or often we talk about machine translation for gisting, so you use the MT to get the gist of some text. So the idea here is that it's not going to be a linguistically perfect translation, but it should be good enough to give the reader an idea of what the information is in this text, and they can then work based on that. And the key questions in this case, of course, are again related to quality. So what is the quality we can actually achieve with machine translation into various languages and out of various languages? Also questions of risks. So remember the cookies. What if there is a poisoned cookie in there? What are the risks involved? What might actually happen if the person gets wrong information based on the machine translation? So question of misinformation obviously being important. And then the other question is slightly different from that. So what about the reception and acceptability of fully automatic machine translation? Do people accept this as a useful practice for them? And this is something that we actually also worked on in the MEMAD project. So in addition to working with the translators and seeing how subtitles can be used, or how machine translation can be used for creating subtitles in the human processes, we also looked at, or I should actually go back and show you this. So this is actually a screenshot from one of the tests we did. So we did also fully automatic subtitle translation. So with automatic speech recognition, machine translation, automatic spotting of the subtitles to the video. And then we had focus groups with audience members, working both so that we had some groups where we had Finnish speakers watching videos that were originally in Swedish, and then subtitled into Finnish, and had a conversation with them, like would this be useful for them? And then as the other group, we had people who lived in Finland but do not speak Finnish. However, they all were English speakers, so we were doing a machine translation from Finnish into English, with the idea of that these are people who are living in Finland, but they are not getting served by the Finnish public broadcaster. They don't get Finnish news, for example, into English, and see how they feel.
5 minutes.
Okay, thank you. And, well, again, I'll tell you in a moment what we found out. So those are some of the questions that we were working on. So when looking at the information accessibility, again, you can kind of divide this into two broad areas. So there's the perspective of the organization that intends to provide machine translation. So for example, for the Finnish national broadcaster, what are the things that they need to take into account if they're going to start showing their viewers fully automatic interlingual subtitles. What do they need to consider? In this area, I've been working with my colleague at the University of Tampere, Meri Nurminen, within, for example, an overview of projects and initiatives where machine translation has been used, not just for subtitling, so this was a general collection of various initiatives of machine translation for information accessibility. Then we have, again, a book chapter that should be coming out any day now, which focuses on risk management of fully automatic machine translation, and especially from the perspective of the organization. So if this is something that you're going to offer to your target audience, whoever they may be, for example, in a public service setting, how do you manage the risks involved? And what are the contextual factors that may help the use of machine translation, make it easier, and what are the things that may mean that using machine translation is risky and perhaps too risky? So what are the situations where you should not be using raw machine translation for information? Basically coming into anything that affects life or health. So if it could potentially lead to serious physical harm or something similar, then we do not advise the use of machine translation. So that's the organization's perspective. Now, obviously, we all know Google Translate and all of these tools exist, and people are going to use them anyways. So we do also need to research how they are using machine translation, what are they using it for, in what ways, and again, what are the contextual factors that affect this use. So looking at the end user perspective, and now I come back to our fully automatic subtitle case. So as I said, we did these focus groups, and at this point I can give you spoilers of the results in broad strokes. So one of the papers is already out, so the other is currently under the review. And in broad terms, what we noticed that our group of Finnish speakers were not willing to accept Swedish videos subtitled into Finnish. And part of the reason is that they are already well served in Finland. So this for them was something additional, and they didn't really see the need for this. However, for the other group, so the people who live in Finland but do not speak Finnish and were shown English subtitles, some of them were native speakers of English, but not all, so also people who are using English as a lingua franca. They were more ready to accept this because for them it represented something like, I am getting access to something that I didn't have before. So even if the subtitles were not perfect, let's put it that way, they felt that it was useful enough to get at least something out of them. And then, again, together with Meri Nurminen, we have some ongoing work trying to figure out more closely what are the contextual factors that affect these decisions. When do people accept machine translation and when do they not accept them? Okay, and I'm getting to the end, or not? Okay, there we go. So then, this is things that have been going on in the past and some quite recent work. And broadly speaking, these are the areas of research that I am interested and I'm working on. So technology and multilingual information accessibility. We have project proposals out there that would try to target this question of, can we use machine translation, for example, to serve the people living in Finland who do not speak the national language, and how can we do this? Some planned collaborations, again, with the national broadcaster, building on the previous MEMAD project. And then also an interest in what are the impacts on translation industry. And I will end here.
Can you click on the tab?
So,
We think of the future.
mm-hmm.
Get out. Just in case we have any question from the audience. No, we don't have any questions, so thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
So, if I refresh, we will lose anything. Diego, shall I refresh? Do I refresh or not? Okay, so the technician says no. So I will switch to my presentation. And wait, where is this? I will start with a brief presentation of myself before I present my Marit. Maybe you want this. So I will start with my presentation. Can you please let me know when 5 minutes remain, please? So I will start with a short presentation of myself. Let me see if I know how this works. No, it doesn't work. Diego, what have I done wrong? Okay, now. So this used to be my profile. I recently changed at my university. I used to work within the Complutense University of Madrid. What can you see over here? Let me see. So as you can see over there, in my profile, there is Universidad Politécnica de Madrid, Universidad Complutense de Madrid, e Instituto de Investigación Tecnológica. So these are previous universities and research institutes I have been working within. I have been teaching computer science and computer engineering for 20 years. I used to teach these within Universidad Complutense de Madrid. I've got a master's degree, a 6-year degree in computer science and computer engineering. This is my background. And then I got a PhD in artificial intelligence and computer science in the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. So this is my background. Then that's why I was teaching computer science and computer engineering within Universidad Complutense for 20 years, more or less. And I was working within the Instituto de Investigación Tecnológica in expert system development for 1 year before entering the Universidad Complutense. I used to be an all-star. But then I decided I was not happy with my work within Universidad Complutense because my intent for all my life was teaching languages. But then I started studying computer science and I had to do something about that and to get a profit from that. So I decided, well, my PhD supervisor advised me to start teaching computer science and engineering. As you can see over there, I'm also involved within, now it is called UNE, the National Standards Association, and also the International Standards Association, organization in this case, as an expert for terminology and language resources, I think. Or no, now the name is Terminology and Language, I think. So this is my background. Not an all-star anymore because now I'm a professor at Alcalá University within the same department as my colleagues Carmen and Raquel. Now I'm doing what I always wanted to do, which is teaching languages and translation within the modern philology department here at the Alcalá University. So this is my current situation. And about my research interest, this is my current interest. I cannot understand why Chanel did not win the Eurovision Song Contest. So I will keep asking myself for 1 year why that happened. Back to serious stuff. This is all that I have been doing for more than 20 years, I would say 25 years now. I don't know from which point to start because, as I said before, LITHME is highly multidisciplinary. action, coast action. And as you can see over there, I'm highly multidisciplinary myself, because you can start reading from here, ontological engineering, or you can start reading from here, natural language processing. This is the way I started working from both sides, because I started my research career within the ontological engineering group of the Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. And what we started doing was basically these tasks: information extraction and linguistic annotation. And both of them are, the interaction between both of them is a very tight one, because we did linguistic annotation in order to accomplish information extraction. And we did it by means of semantic web languages, and that's why you have got semantic web over there. At that time, the linked data network was not known. Actually, it was developed as I was developed. At the same time, I was developing my PhD, which is what I was working at that time. I will show you later. And now the field of research I was working at for my PhD has got a new perspective and a new way to be called, which is text mining, which is what we are doing right now, for example, with Twitter. We are getting information from Twitter comments, from tweets. And if we do what I used to do, which is capturing and getting the knowledge about named entities or entities in general, you can consider that a subtask of text mining. So that's what I was doing, and then I started teaching data mining and text mining within the Complutense University, and right now it has become one of my fields of research, data mining. And all the time, from some points of view, as you will see later on, well, I will talk about terminology later on. And then, after 10 years, more than 10 years, working within ontological engineering and natural language processing from this point of view, I started working on technology-enhanced language teaching, together with at the Atlas Research Group at the Distance University of Spain, UNED. And from that research stems my current work with minority languages, and we are trying to do some processing to start with, but we are also trying to launch some projects on translation, interpreting, and training of minority languages, the training towards mainly translation and interpreting of these languages, because this is a current need in many countries where a minority language is spoken, as Raquel has previously said. So, let me introduce what Semantic Web is about. You have that image over there. I'm not going to get into the detail because we don't have time, but basically, the Semantic Web, as an idea, this is the beginning of the millennium, beginning of the 21st millennium. I didn't know, I lost all track of time right now. So, yes, we are in the 21st millennium, Antonio, remember that. So, the Semantic Web is about making the semantics of language explicit and make it understandable and readable to machines. So this is what this was my main research interest when I was a young researcher and still developing my PhD. And the main means, or the means we were thinking of to make this knowledge understandable and these semantics understandable to machines was ontologies. And this is my relation, or from where my relationship with terminology comes from, because this is a classification of ontologies from Lascelles and McInnes. This is a traditional one. I think this image was created around 2002, and you have this classification of ontologies between lightweight ontologies and heavyweight ontologies. To start with, you have here controlled languages and term glossaries. So from some point of view, or at least for some methodologies, building an ontology requires building first a set of the terms or the glossary of terms in a given domain, in a given knowledge area. So this is one of the first steps, and that's why I have been dealing for almost all my research career with terminology, because if I want to build an ontology, I have to have an account of the terms in the field to start with. And then I have to formalize them by means of any other of these other constructs. For example, thesaurus or informal taxonomies using the hypernym or the hyponym relationship. But what I have been doing all my life is building heavyweight ontologies by means of something that people might know about, which is OOL, the web ontology language, and most of you know or have heard about Protege as a tool for building ontologies. So that's the beginning. And then linked data came with an idea by Sir Term Berners-Lee. I'm not going to get into details, but I'm going to show you that the main language used to implement the semantic web and also the linked data network, which is for me a renaming of the old semantic web, is that the way to represent this is the RDF language, as you have over there. Resource Description Framework is the meaning of this acronym. So whenever we have a statement like that one, Don Quixote de la Mancha was written by Miguel de Cervantes, and this is quite related to linguistics. We have to identify the subject, we have to identify the predicate in that assertion, in that sentence, and then we have to identify the object. And then we formalize that as a triple where we specify the subject, the predicate, and the object, and then if we have all these predicate links, we get a network which, from the mathematical point of view, is a graph, actually a directed labeled graph, which is what you have over here. Don Quixote de la Mancha, this is a predicate which should be labeled with written, or could be labeled with written, or written in this case, by Miguel de Cervantes. And this is a way we can make knowledge explicit within the linked data network. So the idea was to develop so as I said before, we had to perform linguistic annotations using these languages. So we had to come across an annotation scheme that included both formalisms. And that should be multi-level. This is what I was talking about. They had to be hybrid, linguistic and ontological. The limitations imposed by standards were that they should be standoff, and some other standards related were this ISO TC37. This is the ISO group committee, actually, for terminology and language. And this is the committee where I'm involved, but also, as you can see over there, there are other recommendations that were taken into account. And this is how we dealt with the two formalisms. We used the RDF triples, which have subject, predicate, and object, to build triples in the sense of Eagles, which is a project dating back as 1996, that specified that all annotations should be built around linguistic units, linguistic attributes, and linguistic values. And towards this end, we built dedicated ontologies to specify each of these concepts or types of concepts. And here you have several examples, actually, of annotation at several levels of linguistic description. So what you have over here is the annotation of, let me point over there, película, film in English. because we were annotating, the scenario for annotation was comments on films in entertainment web pages. So here you have the annotation of the morphosyntactic annotation of película, which consisted of the lemma annotation and the POS tagging of this word. And as you can see over here, there is an annotation stating the level which was being annotated. You have a prefix over there, identify the ontology we were using to annotate that. So all the things that were used within these annotations came from ontologies. There you have the attribute from the ontology, and there you have the value coming from the ontology as well, which is, in this case, a common noun. We had a similar structure for syntactic annotations and also for semantic annotations. But in this case, we had several different ontologies to get the information, the semantic information from. So we created a dedicated ontology for the cinema named entities. And this is the part where information extraction came across, because and ontologies, because we extracted individuals from the text. So we recognized named entities in the text, which were transformed into instances of the ontology and stored over there. So this is the kind of information extraction we did. You will see an example over here. So we had, for example, where is it? Colin Farrell, who is an actor, and we had to identify Colin Farrell as a named entity within the text, person, an actor in this case, and we could identify that he was an actor automatically, as you can see over there. He was labeled as an actor, and then we extracted all the information, the remaining linguistic information about this instance in the corpus. So we annotated this named entity from the syntactic point of view. Then we had the proper annotation of the named entity from the discourse and the semantic point of view, and then we annotated the rest of linguistic aspects of this named entity as well. Relating these, we have these main publications, as you can see over there. The most recent one is a book that I co-edited together with my colleagues in the United States at that point, Maria Blume and Barbara Lust, and together with Christian Charcos, who is a German guy who has been working all his career on linguistic linked data, and we were trying to identify the main requirement for the development of linked data in the language sciences. Before that, you can find my first book, which is How to Provide Hybrid Annotations, both linguistically and semantic web based or ontologically based. And some other papers relating all this research. Then, the work in standardization. This is something that Raquel has referred to some extent, because she was talking about translation, interpreting, and related technology standards. They come from this subcommittee within ISO TC 37, which is the Committee for Language and Terminology. I have been involved in all these groups, mainly in SC4, Language Resource Management, whose working group are these ones, since 2010. And then I have been becoming more and more active within SC3, because I'm getting more and more involved into terminology and translation, and these are resources that are commonly used within translation and interpreting. So this is, you can see over there, one of the main publications that I've got as a result of my works within ISO, and this relates one of the standards for linguistic annotation, which is the standard relating syntactic annotations. Now it is not called SANIF anymore. It is called Tiger, the Tiger format, or ISO Tiger. Oh, well, you have it over there. But now it has become the actual name of the standard, ISO Tiger. So, but I have been involved in the development of this morphosyntactic annotation standard, of course, into the family of standards for semantic annotations. And I have been using for all my development also LAF, which is the Linguistic Annotation Framework. So then, switching to technology-enhanced language teaching, and I will start, this is work, joint work with the Atlas group at UNED. So we started with the So Call Me project. You have the name, the expansion of this acronym over there, ontology-based. This is why I became part of this project, and I became part of Atlas because they needed someone working in ontologies for the development. And my role eventually, well, apart of working in the ontological development, was helping with the, well, not helping. I was directly involved in the development of one of the 7 mobile apps for language learning and teaching that were developed within this project. You can see only, you can see only 6 of them, but what I remember is that they were 7 of them, and I think because I had to rush, I removed one of them. So Business App was about teaching people how to make good presentations, effective presentations in English, business presentations in English. And it was a how to say that? An autonomous learning app for people who, well, actually the practice was achieved by means of exercises. Am I running out of time? Yeah. So as you can see over there, we dealt with the 4 main competences in language learning, but regarding only this subtask of presentation, development, and performance. And these are the publications derived from this work on mobile apps. I will go quickly through these. These will be available eventually for all the audience. So you can have a look at that if you want. So this was the first project I was working for within regarding the language learning and teaching. And then we were working on the development of language Moocs for migrants and refugees within the Moonlight project, which is an Erasmus Plus project. And we had mainly, the main goal for our group was to know how to design and use Moocs for migrants and refugees. So we came across with this methodology within the project to develop Moocs for migrants and refugees. So this was systematized through the development, or systematized, yeah, that's a correct word, or this was identified through the development of the previous knowledge we had on the development of language Moocs in the research group, but also with the development of one meta Mooc for language trainers and teachers, and the development of 2 L Moocs for migrants and refugees to teach them, or for them to learn Spanish, as you can see over there. So we got some publications derived from this work, both on the building of these L Moocs, Spanish teaching Moocs, and also on the reviewing of the state-of-the-art in TEL, that TEL is technology-enhanced language learning. And then I didn't pay attention to this in the slide that I used as a content presentation or as an index. My current work directly involves I mentioned it, but I didn't stress that enough. My current work involves a lot of work and a lot of time working on minority languages. It started with a master thesis that has got, as you can see over there, 4 publications. 4 publications have derived from this work. So it was a very nice master thesis by Himuro, and which I supervised. And it deals with the development of a spell checker for Chabacano, which is a minority language spoken in the Philippines. This is a Creole language, Spanish-based Creole language spoken in the Philippines, but in particular with a variant of Chabacano, which is spoken in the city of Zamboanga, as you can see over there. And from this work has stemmed a PhD dissertation, a PhD work under development, which is the evaluation and the work with Peruvian languages, in particular with Quechua, Aymara, and Shipibo-Conibo, which are 3 completely, well, not completely, but 3 minority languages in Peru, which belong to 3 different families of languages, according to ISO and Glottolog. So we try to cover more or less these 3 languages. When we established some contacts with the Ministry of Education first. No, it was first the Ministry of Culture, and then we also were speaking to the Ministry of Education of Peru, and we identified some needs when we were talking together with them, and this was the origin of this PhD dissertation, which is advancing and progressing very nicely so far. So, what about my future work? And I'm perfectly on time. This is my last minute. I'm quite interested in the research on the application of new technologies to teaching and or learning minority or under-resourced languages. The creation of, or the semi-automatic creation of highly reusable open educational resources, especially from the point of view of ISO, which is a language resource. How can it be standardized, for example, for teaching or learning minority or under-resourced languages, and the application and integration of natural language processing and artificial intelligence, I wrote that in Spanish, inteligencia artificial, techniques in distance language learning. And I think that's enough, fair enough. Let me check if there's any question in the chat. If not, I will give the floor to Marta. No questions, so Marta, your turn.
There was actually an email sent to me saying that somebody was trying to send a question through the YouTube, but it doesn't show up in the YouTube.
I don't know what can be happening because Anna was able to send a comment. So I suppose this is a problem with logging into YouTube by means of a Google account. Because if you log into YouTube, well, logging into YouTube should enable people to be able to send comments. So I don't know who is asking that. Barbara. So Barbara, you have to log into YouTube if you are not, and if you are not, please send us another email so that we can spot and fix the problem. Thank you.
Go very far before I start my presentation. Okay.
Hello. Good morning, everybody. I'm Márta Seresi from Budapest, and as everybody did, I will start with a little presentation of myself. So I'm Márta Seresi, and first of all, I consider myself as a conference interpreter. So during my presentation, I will pretty much concentrate on conference interpreting as opposed to community interpreting or public service interpreting. I'm a SCIC accredited conference interpreter, so I work for the European institutions, but I also work on the local market in Hungary. I am also an assistant professor at ELTE University, Budapest, and as an assistant professor, you must do some research. And as a researcher, I concentrate especially on remote interpreting and interpreter training, but other aspects of interpreting as well. But in this presentation, I will concentrate on my research relating to interpreting and the use of new technologies. So during my presentation, first of all, I will start with speaking about interpreting and new technologies in general. So I will mention possible areas for research or for a cooperation, for a common project research, if any of you are interested. And then I will speak a bit about my main research interests. So when we are talking about language mediation and the new technologies, I think most people first think about translation. That's what is more visible, what is more evident, machine translation, the using of CAT tools. But you must know that using technology while interpreting is not at all a new thing. It's 100 years old because it arrived with simultaneous interpreting that necessitates the use of microphones and headphones and elaborate communication systems for the transmission of voice channels. And simultaneous interpreting started well before the Nuremberg trials, so it started at the beginning of the 20th century, but it wasn't a popular choice for interpreters nor for the clients. And the Nuremberg trials gave the huge boost to the introduction of simultaneous interpreting on the international scene. And from this regard, we can compare this situation to the pandemic, because just as simultaneous interpreting existed before the Nuremberg trials, but nobody really liked it, remote simultaneous interpreting done on online platforms existed before the pandemic, but it wasn't popular at all. But the whole situation had to change with the pandemic. So when we speak about technology and interpreting, as we have already heard it, there are three main areas that have to be mentioned. When technology is used for mediation, so the transmission of sound and image, or when the technology is used for the generation of the interpreting product, so the production of a target language equivalent. And the third option is using technology to support, to assist the interpreters, and in these cases, technology is not necessarily needed, but can help or enhance the work of interpreters. And now I will focus a bit on these three different uses, but from the perspective of conference interpreting. So when we talk about mediation, the first thing that we can mention is video conference interpreting. And as you can see on the pictures, it's pretty much intertwined with public sector interpreting, health interpreting, sign language interpreting. In that case, a video conference equipment is used to perform interpreting. The second thing that is worth to be mentioned is remote simultaneous interpreting. And from this regard, we can mention two different things. First of all, the use of hubs. What's a hub? A hub is a specific location created especially for the interpreters. And as you can see on the pictures, in a hub you have traditional interpreting booths equipped with traditional interpreting consoles, and interpreters can work with their booth mates together at the same location, and very often they can see the other interpreters as well, who are part of the interpreter team. And before the pandemic, very often this hub was created on the corridor of the conference room or in the basement of the building where the conference took place. But after the pandemic, real hubs were created. We can mention, for example, the Vienna hub of the European Parliament. And the second solution for remote simultaneous interpreting is the use of a soft console or an online RSI platform. And as you can see in that case, the interpreter uses a software designed to, for this objective. And the specialty of using a soft console is that usually if you use it, you are alone. And especially in the context of the pandemic, people had to work from their own homes, from their own houses, and their booth mates were located in a different house or maybe in a different country. It happened. So the cooperation with your booth mate was very difficult. Okay, and as for the technology used as mediation, we can also mention virtual reality. Apparently, it's already a thing in interpreting, but I have to admit that I have never used virtual reality, nor have met anybody who have used virtual reality for interpreting, but apparently now it's already feasible. The second option is the generation of interpreting by machine interpreting devices. And I think that it's mainly done in very definite settings when you can predict the words and the structures used. And I think that it's not ready to be used in a multilingual international conference setting yet. It's not used yet in a simultaneous way, so it's consecutive or liaison interpreting. And my impression is that nowadays people use machine interpreting in situations where they wouldn't have solicited a human interpreter in the first place. So for example, if someone goes abroad and wants to speak to the receptionist at a hotel, you don't hire an interpreter for this thing, but you can very well use the machine interpreting app on your phone. And the third field is when technology is used as a support for the interpreters. As Raquel has already mentioned, we can speak about the use of tablets or the use of paper-like tablets like Remarkable for consecutive note-taking. And I would like to mention the simultaneous consecutive. And in this picture, I think that this person doesn't use a smartphone, but he uses an app on his phone to record the original speech, takes notes, and when he does the consecutive, he uses the earphone to listen to the original speech and to be able to use the notes in the same time. And for a very long time, I didn't really know why people did this. For me, it wasn't too logic. And we already heard one possible explanation from Raquel, that people are not trained in consecutive interpreting. And I have just heard another possible motivation for using this. So imagine that you are working in a setting where you have to work with clients who speak about their traumatic experiences, and you don't have the equipment to perform simultaneous interpreting, so you try to do consecutive, but they just keep on talking, and the memory capacities of a human beings are limited. But you can't stop someone who is talking about something very traumatic, because it would be very rude to do so. So you have to come up with a strategy that allows you to follow the client without interrupting him or her. And I would also like to speak a bit about computer-assisted interpreting tools, which proved to be rather useful in the conference interpreting setting. We can use it now for terminology extraction and management. with the help of these tools, you can extract terminology from existing documents, but also from websites, from existing glossaries, online terminology databases. And you can also use these softwares to manage your own glossaries on your computer and your own documents. And it becomes more and more important or useful because in the one hand, because of the pandemic and for health and safety reasons, less and less paper is given out to the interpreters, and also because there is this environmental issue, people try to be as green as possible. So instead of printing out documents and sending them to the interpreters, they just send documents, and the conference interpreters can end up having 15 files open on their laptops. So it's good to have a software that helps with that. And the second thing is something that is in development. It's using speech recognition software for terminology and number extractions from live speech. And I brought this picture to show it to you. So you can see that there is a video in which this lady speaks about, I think, the achievement of a certain company. And as she keeps on speaking, the machine identifies keywords or terminological items like emerging markets, market shares, investment effectiveness, and proposes Spanish equivalents for them. And also the machine identifies numbers. But it's a technology that is in development, so it's not ready yet. And it can be very hard for interpreters to work with this kind of KAI tool, because if you rely too much on them and the speech recognition doesn't work quite well, you can make mistakes that you wouldn't have made without the speech recognition software. Okay, so now I would like to pass to my researches. And first of all, I would like to mention my PhD research. I defended my PhD in 2017. And during my research, I focused on virtual classes that we organized with the European Union's interpreting services. And my research covered the period between 2012 and 2014. And with my supervisor, we published an English language art paper about it. So during these 2 academic years, we had 8 virtual classes. I managed to get back from the students 49 questionnaires. And I also made some interviews with trainers and experts who were involved in the virtual classes. So basically, virtual classes are like online classes, are very similar to this. As you can see on the photo, we use the video conference equipment, and the students were located in Budapest, while the interpreter colleagues who gave the speeches and the feedback were located in Brussels, and we communicated via this video conference system. And don't forget that it was in 2012. So when we started it, it was a whole new technology, and I had really serious doubts about the usefulness or the efficiency of such an exercise if interpreting can be practiced in such conditions. We were very naive at that time. And so based on the existing scientific literature, I had certain expectations. And I saw that students will complain about a feeling of alienation because of the use of the video conference equipment. And also, all the scientific papers always emphasize the importance of visual information, how the lack of this visual information was destabilizing and debilitating for interpreters. And I expected that my students will have the same reaction. And also, when we learned about this possibility of organizing virtual classes, I saw that great, it was something modern, something flexible, a new opportunity that will open up new doors. And it was right in a way. But you will see that my expectations weren't always confirmed. And I think that retrospectively, now that we did 2 years in a remote mode, and especially interpreters who did it in remotely, will know how these expectations were overturned by the results. But at that time, it was a surprise for me. So let's see. First of all, okay, high level of stress for the students. It wasn't a curious thing. What I was surprised about is that the students said that it was a positive aspect for them as well. So they were very much conscious of the fact that interpreters work in a stressful environment, and they were happy to be exposed to a high level of stress to be able to prepare for the market. They didn't feel alienation at all, but very probably due to the fact that they got every time a very detailed feedback, so it's difficult to feel unobserved when you get feedback. But for me, the really surprising thing was that they didn't care at all about the image, about the visual information. They were concentrating on the sound quality. They contemplated a lot about sound quality, and they were much less happy with the sound quality than with the quality of the visual information. And now, after 2 years of working online, I think we can understand why. And I was also a bit surprised to see that, okay, it was a new possibility, full of flexibilities, but still it required a more complex organization, a lot more organizational effort than a traditional lesson. And I was really surprised by the lack of interactivity during the lessons, because of the awkwardness of the communication, the lack of eye contact, the small delay in time, we had to follow a very strict script. And very often I had this feeling that we made a step backwards to the method of frontal teaching. So instead of getting something very modern, very flexible, for me, it was sometimes a bit old-fashioned, because we really had to stick to this script. Then the pandemic happened, and I did a little survey about using asynchronous methods in interpreting training. And why I decided to do this? It was right after the first lockdown, and at that time, we didn't really know how Zoom or MS Teams worked, and I wasn't sure that all the students had the necessary infrastructure, the necessary internet connection for this, if Zoom was adequate for organizing interpreter lessons. So we started off using asynchronous methods. And as you can see on the picture, my doubts about the technology were founded because my colleague is almost upside down. There was a student who didn't have a camera, so it wasn't easy in the first weeks. I asked the students to complete a questionnaire during the first week, so with the very fresh impressions, and I got back 22 questionnaires. But then when we saw that Zoom worked quite well, we moved to synchronous methods after 3 weeks. So what were the findings? Huge surprise, asynchronous methods can't simulate a real-life assignment, because there is a lack of communication with the speaker, a lack of communication with the audience when you work from recorded speeches and you record yourself, so practically you are speaking to the void. There is no eye contact, and also in this setting there were much less interactions among the students. But I was really surprised to see how much the students were conscious about these problems. So I was so happy to see how they approached their studies. And the main finding was that if you do something in that way, then you need to give different instructions and also different feedback at the end of the exercise. Then we did research with Petra Láncos, who is in working group 2 of LITHME Cost Action, the working group that focuses on language and law. And we haven't published this paper yet, so we are working on it nowadays. And in this research, we did it in 2021, in January or February. We focused on the cooperation between booth mates working at different locations when they used RSI platforms. And it was also a continuation of another research we did together, because well before the pandemic, we did a research about booth work, cooperation, and simultaneous interpreting booths in a normal situation. We didn't know at that time that that was a normal or the traditional situation. And then we tried to continue this in the pandemic context. And we made semi-structured interviews with 10 experienced conference interpreters who were working on the Hungarian market and also on international markets. And so what is our main finding? The main finding was that the cooperation was severely hindered between booth mates. And we identified several fields where this thing could be observed. And what we saw, that was that cooperation between booth mates sometimes was very difficult. So interpreters needed to use several devices or several platforms. Sometimes it was feasible, but it wasn't worth the effort, because it took so much cognitive effort to do so that interpreters simply decided to do without. And very often it was even impossible, especially in January, February 2021. But now the situation is much better, because companies made huge efforts to develop these platforms. So the main domains, the main fields we identified as problematic was listening to each other's output. And it's very important to be able to listen to your booth mate's output, to be able to use a consistent terminology, but also to be able to spot if there is a problem with the terminology or a technical problem, so that you can help your booth mate. The second was microphone handover, and especially in the beginning, there were colleagues who said that they had no way to communicate about the microphone handover, so they just told to each other before the meeting that, okay, so we will hand the microphone over every 20 minutes. And when the 20 minutes arrived, the interpreter who was speaking just stopped the sentence, and the other person started the sentence, but as they couldn't listen to each other, it's not at all sure that the second interpreter picked up the same line that the other just dropped. And the third area was helping each other with terminology or technical problems. But when we were analyzing the findings, we realized that it was part of a huger problem, which is the increased cognitive load for simultaneous interpreters who use these platforms, because it's much more difficult to communicate with the booth mate, with the technician, with the clients, because you have to use several devices, and because you have new responsibilities like being responsible for your own devices, your own technical infrastructure, and for your own internet connection. It never happened before. It used to be the organizers and the technicians' responsibility, and it's a huge stress when you are trying to concentrate on simultaneous interpreting, and at the same time, you have to concentrate on your internet connection. You have to be responsible for your working environment, and it's feasible when it comes to your own family, so you can try to keep your dog and your babies away from the microphone, but you can't do the same with the neighbor's baby and the neighbor's dog. So it's, again, a huge stress factor. And new responsibility like translating the chat during online meetings, that's something that has never happened before. Interpreters lost control over certain console functions, like when you hand over the microphone and you realize that your booth mate pushed on the wrong button. In a traditional booth, you just you just push the good button and everything can continue. It's not feasible if you are at different locations. And even if you send a text message to your boothmate is so much concentrating on the work that he or she won't see the message. Participants' poor meeting behavior is a huge factor in the increased cognitive load. They don't use microphone, they speak together, they don't use proper devices, and they don't control their own working environment. Very often they connect from a car or from a noisy airport. You can see the picture. This picture was taken in a soft console, so it's a real client who is speaking from a car. You also have less time out between speakers because everything is doing virtually, and speakers don't have to come to the podium, arrange their papers, go back, and after a whole day of working, there is a difference because of this. And also the sound quality was very problematic. The sound is often not equalized when it comes to the different clients logging in from different microphones, so it can be very tiring. And lastly, I would like to mention the project that we have together with the working group 7 members about machine translation use in LITHME. So we would like to see how language experts who participate to the LITHME cost action use machine translation, and we don't focus only on those who are trained language mediators, translators, interpreters, but also we would like to see how the other members of LITHME use machine translation, the machine translation tools that are available online like Google. We will see the language combinations, how much they trust the software, if they use the software for language they don't understand at all, or maybe they use it for languages that they understand, what their expectations are, if they prepare the source text before feeding it to the machine, or if they modify in any way the target language result before using it. And the first results of this survey will be presented at the Whole Action Conference in Jyväskylä, Finland. So that's what I would have liked to tell about. And if you think that these areas of research are interesting for you, and if you are interested in doing a research project together, feel free to contact me. Here you can find my email address, but also if you go to the LITHME homepage under Working Group 7 Language Professionals, you will find me. And thank you for your attention. Mm-hmm. Oh. Oh, yes. Do you expect that students taught online will find on-site interpreting assignments more or less difficult? Have you had any comments from them yet, as on-site events are more frequent now? I expect them to find it more difficult because even though they were trained in a setting that is considered as more difficult, like working online is more difficult, I have just explained why, they didn't have the opportunity to learn how to interact with the client, how to ask questions, how to approach them, and how to interact in the booth. So I expect them to have some difficulties in that regard, but I haven't had any comments back from them, so I don't know if it was really the case. But it's an interesting research area that you asked that. Thank you, Anne. It seems to me that Anne is the only person who managed to log into YouTube and ask questions, so now she can monopolize it. Okay. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the question, and I give the floor to Rui.
Should be, but I made a mistake and copied the wrong presentation.
not very good for a chair of working group 1, is it? Yeah, here. Okay, there it is. No, it's log out. Okay. Okay, sorry for that. Well, here we are. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. My name is Rui Sousa Silva. I am, I was going to say a linguist anonymous, but I'm not sure about that. Anyway, I'm here today as I'm assistant professor at the University of Porto in Portugal, and I'm chair of LITHME Working Group 1, Computational Linguistics. I don't like to talk much about myself, so I decided to talk about some of the things that I think are relevant or might be of interest to our audience. So I would like to start by talking about a case. This man is called, well, he was called, because he's dead now, Ihor Omeniuk. He was Ukrainian. He landed in Lisbon in 2020, March 2020. He was very nervous when he landed, and he was stopped at the border control. The immigration officers thought that he was an illegal immigrant in the country. So they brought him, took him to a room to interrogate him. He was kept there for a couple of days. And the reports say, because I mean, we know that from the media, the reports say that he was abused and he was later declared dead. He had apparently been beaten to death. And when the immigration officers were tried, the court asked one of the officers, well, what happened? Why did you do that? And apparently he said that, well, you know, he came to Portugal to work as an illegal immigrant. The judge asked, why do you know that? And they said, well, because he said tractor, and tractor is tractor in Portuguese. And he said, but yeah, how do you know that? How did you communicate with him? And the immigration officer said, well, we used Google Translate, which is quite shocking, actually. Then as the interrogation moved on, then the immigration officer said, well, at the point, the tool wasn't working that well, so we decided to call in an interpreter. And we thought, well, finally, something is properly done. It so happens that it was not a trained interpreter. It was one of the colleagues from the immigration office who happened to be Russian and could understand a little bit of Ukrainian. So there are several problems in this Omeniuk case. First, no translators or interpreters were called. There is this perception that Google Translate is a translator. I mean, it's fine if you use Google Translate to buy yourself a pair of shoes, probably. If you get those wrong, well, it's not a big deal, but it's not a good idea to use Google Translate for this purpose. And there was also a misassessment of vulnerability. I mean, someone coming from another country, someone who doesn't speak the language, has the right, even according to the Portuguese law, has the right to communicate in a language that they understand. And this means that there is this interaction between language, law, and translation. And actually, language is very important. It plays a crucial role in legal contexts. It lies at the center of virtually all forensic acts. I mean, if you think about laws, for example, laws are enacted through language. They don't exist without language. If you think about police interaction or court interaction, it builds upon language. There wouldn't be an interaction if there wasn't language. And even crimes are committed using language. I mean, even when you get your when you get your personal details or when you get your bank account details stolen, language is still used. So this shows that there is a full potential of research into language in forensic contexts, which is a fairly recent application. An American lawyer, linguist, Janet Ainsworth, wrote that language is the faculty more than any other that makes us human. And this is quite clear to me. So I would like to here make a disclaimer about diversity of language-related activities. Now, I've got a first degree in translation. I worked as a translator for decades. Then I did my master's in terminology and translation, a PhD in forensic linguistics, studying in particular plagiarism detection, and then I did a postdoc in forensic linguistics and cybercrime. So I have an interest in computational linguistics. I think that the world is too rich to focus on a single area. So it's too exciting a world to get a boring life, I think. So this is where I see language work. When I look at language work, I can think about translation, for example. I can think about terminology. We can think about business communication, where language can actually play a very important role. Even with European projects, application writing or evaluating applications, for example, requires some language competencies. And of course, teaching. I mean, at university, I've been teaching linguistics, forensic linguistics, translation, terminology, and computational linguistics, forensic linguistics, and so on. So there's so much to do. And in research, my main field of research at the moment is obviously forensic linguistics, and I've been doing also forensic linguistics consultancy for lawyers, for example, but mostly for the public prosecutions officer in Portugal. And this is why in 2021, I call him one of the founding fathers of forensic linguistics, Malcolm Coulthard, Alison Bay and myself edited the Routledge Handbook of Forensic Linguistics. It is the second edition, and that's why also Malcolm and myself edit this journal, which is open access, called Language and Law, Linguagem e Direito. It is a bilingual journal published in English and in Portuguese. So what is this about forensic linguistics? We can define it in two senses, in a broad sense or in a narrow sense. If we look at it from a broad sense, we can analyze it from the perspective of the written language of the law. We can analyze it as a spoken interaction in the legal process, or we can look at it as language as evidence. If we look at it from a narrow sense, we can see it as language evidence alone. So when you hear about forensic linguistics, people will most certainly, or in most cases, talk about it in a narrow sense, which includes authorship analysis, plagiarism detection, disputed meanings, and so on and so forth. But if people actually talk about forensic linguistics in a broad sense, it can include any of those three areas described there. So forensic linguistics is not rocket science. It is actually the application of linguistic knowledge, which includes theories, methods, tools, and resources in forensic contexts. And by forensic contexts, I mean for investigative and evidential purposes. So you can either assist the police in an investigation or give evidence in court, or both. And we also need to think about the forensic nature. What is it that is a forensic nature? Well, it is all that is of interest to the forum. I mean, and in this sense, we can see forum in the narrow sense as the court, but also in a broad sense, which is of interest to the society as a whole. And I'd like to show you this brief example of authorship analysis. This belongs to one of the cases I worked for the cybercrime office in Portugal. It was a case of authorship analysis, and we've got two excerpts of text. The first one is a text that was published on a website, and the second one, excerpt P, is a sample of a text published on a Facebook page. And for the prosecution's office, it was important to establish whether the two sets of texts were written by the same people. And you can see it looks like a child coloring work. Actually, it was myself. Well, we are all children, aren't we, every now and then? So I did it myself. And the idea is that we've got, when we have sophisticated computational tools, we can work on visualization so that we can assist whatever results we find. In this case, I did it the traditional way, coloring pens. And the number of features, of linguistic features, was so high that I had 24 colors and I needed more. That's why we've got different shapes as well. So if you look at each color or each shape means a different thing. And it's interesting, the amount of similar linguistic patterns in both texts is very interesting. For example, I won't go in detail into all these, but for example, about 75% of the sentences started with lowercase. There were problems with accents, there were problems with prepositions, there were particular contractions in both sets of texts. Homophonic substitution was very frequent. There was a confusion with verbs, especially, well, if you know Portuguese, you will know that Portuguese is a very complex language, and there was a confusion with verbs in both cases. Lack of agreement in number and gender, similar abbreviations, punctuation and spaces were quite erratic but similarly used in both cases. And interestingly, there were features of, the texts were written in European Portuguese, but there were features of Brazilian Portuguese as well, which pointed to the fact that the texts were written by several people, so probably they were written collaboratively, and my suspicion is that one of the authors was Brazilian or had a Brazilian background. Now, another interesting application of forensic linguistics is social linguistic profiling. In this case, the aim is not, well, I mean, is not to act like a criminal minds investigator. It's more like establishing what type of linguistic person wrote a question text. And this means establishing, for example, the age group, the sex and gender, level of education, social background, and whether that person is or is not a native speaker, and if not a native speaker, what is his or her native language. This, of course, requires knowledge of language and of languages. I mean, in Portuguese, we have two different words to talk about language. And so this is crucial to do social linguistic profiling. And in some cases, if you have knowledge of translation and translation theories, that is crucial. And of course, there are several tools and techniques like corpus linguistics, which are crucial to do the analysis. And of course, computational tools. You can't do social linguistic profiling without the help of computational tools. And I worked on a case where I was asked, well, the investigators had no clue about who had written a set of defamating messages. So they asked if I could give some hints about the profile of the author. And it was very interesting, actually, because there was a particular expression which was written in Portuguese, and even Googling that expression, it didn't return a single hit. So it means that it was very idiosyncratic, very highly idiolectal. Another application is disputed meanings. With disputed meanings, what we try to find is what is the meaning of a textual element. For example, a word, a phrase, or a sentence, and we can confirm or reject the meaning of a certain textual element. In this case, the aim is to analyze the linguistic uniqueness of that textual element. So we know, as linguists, that meanings are relevant because they allow us on an everyday basis to guarantee communication. In forensic contexts, this means analyzing, for example, cases of dispute or threats or suspect or illegal communications, perjury and defamation. You know, when you insult someone politely and that person feels offended and you say, well, that's not what I meant. So this is the sort of thing that can be analyzed. And also hate speech detection. We know that some tools tend to flag certain words, but the problem is those who are into pragmatics know that those flagging systems don't work because the exact same form doesn't mean it is an offense. And I worked on a very interesting case in Porto. There was a restaurant guide that was published. It was sponsored by the mayor, and it so happens that in one of the covers, once the mayor was insulted. It was written this, Rio és FDP. So FDP, or FDP, is the Portuguese equivalent of SOB, meaning son of a bitch. And it was interesting because this was being distributed, including in the town hall, when they realized the mayor was being insulted. So the mayor required an investigation, took the publisher to court, and the publisher said, well, actually I wrote that, but I didn't mean it as an insult, because it doesn't stand for son of a bitch, it stands for, and he invented a meaning for that. And that was quite interesting because I was asked to establish the meaning of the abbreviation. And the fact is that I first thought, well, it is obvious what this means. But the fact is that when I did the research, I could find like 20 different meanings for this abbreviation. So it's not that obvious that what we think the meanings stand for. And about these disputed meanings, there was a very problematic case a while ago in the UK when a young student decided to, decided to go to the US to celebrate the fact that she has finished high school and would go to university. So there was this message to a friend on Twitter, and the message read, "Free this week for a quick gossip prep before I go and destroy America." So you can imagine what happened. When the plane landed in LA, she was immediately arrested, taken to an interrogation room, kept there being interrogated for 12 hours, and sent back home. So she wasn't even allowed in the country. Which again shows that probably there was a misassessment of this meaning. And disputed meanings are very interesting in cases of hate speech, for example. I have some examples of tweets, and you see that words like blacks, for example, the first one makes reference to blacks. Blacks, which is often considered offensive, is not necessarily hate speech, and that's the case. So the second one uses the word dykes. Again, it is a caring message quoting the word. And then you have a third one saying, "I love you, bitch." And bitch in this sense is not used offensively. Or the last one, the same. But if you look at this one, when you say this son of a bitch must be stopped, you can wonder whether this is a case of possible threat and even hate speech. Speaking of threats, if you are, well, I'm a bit of a weirdo myself, and I like when I go to a toilet, I love reading the messages there. And we are at the Faculty of Arts. A friend of mine once told me, well, your faculty is really interesting because your students write poetry on the toilet walls. And one of the messages I found there was this one. Beware, FLUP. FLUP stands for Faculdade de Letras, so it's the name of the faculty. FLUP is standing on a very fragile platform. Now, should this be read as a threat? What do you think, very quickly? Should it? Should it not? No? Okay, so what I show you this was a second message written just below it. So a couple of bombs in the right place is enough to take the whole structure down the slope into the river. And it ends, it might happen soon. So now, does it read as a threat? It's a case of disputed meanings. And we will be hosting the LITHME training school at the Faculty of Arts, so don't worry, this message has been there for years now, so it's pretty safe. You needn't worry about that. So new applications of forensic linguistics is the realm of cybercrime, and this includes all sorts of cyber violence, defamation, dissemination of dangerous material, online harassment or cyberbullying, for example, cyber terrorism, and even child porn or copyright infringement. And one of the areas that I think is highly relevant is forensic translation. And forensic translation, when we think about it in relation to cybercrime challenges, one of the main challenges of cybercrime is anonymity. Because people go online, they go to the dark web, for example, and they take on a highly anonymous profile. And using sophisticated technologies, they can actually anonymize themselves because they can enter the structures and remove all identifying data. All identifying data except for language, because you are the language that you speak. And this is the basic premise of forensic linguistics. So you can be identified by that language. And that's why language here is important to collect digital evidence. And that's why I think that when thinking about forensic linguistics, translation, we need to think about inter and multidisciplinarity. When we relate translation and the law, for example, we are used to the term legal translation. But I think that we can go further than that and talk about, well, you can imagine a triangle, and you can think about a connection between translation, law, and forensic linguistics, in which case you would have forensic applications of translation. And that's why I suggest in these cases the term forensic translation is used instead. So you can use whatever you know about translation for forensic purposes. And this includes, for example, plagiarism detection. People have worried a lot about plagiarism, and you know a lot of research into plagiarism detection was conducted in English-speaking countries, for example, the UK and the US, and up to a certain point, no one there was worried about people translating from another languages and then making pass the texts off as their own. So this is a crucial issue at the moment, which I call translingual plagiarism detection. So this is an example of a former student of mine. He was probably trying to test me because he plagiarized and he knew it was my expertise. So I read this text and I thought, well, this is obviously plagiarism. And because the syntax is very close to English, I decided to machine translate it to English. And then did a search online and found this text in English. When you look, and I did this work for you, you can see in red the overlapping text. So actually, it is often the case that plagiarists borrow the text or lift the text. They don't borrow because they won't give it back. They lift the text, translate it, and paste it off as their own. I also mentioned a while ago authorship analysis and social linguistic profiling. Well, we all know these scam messages, and we get them everywhere in all sorts of languages. In the old days, it was only about a rich king in Kenya who wanted to give you money and all that stuff. Nowadays, it's about parcels that you are supposed to get, and you need to pay just a small amount. And if you look at the messages, they are very similar. So this one is in Portuguese, and this one is in English, and the form and the contents are very similar. So it means that this sort of crime is no longer local, it is transnational. And that's why translation here plays a crucial role. Another area is administration of justice. We all know about Miranda warnings. We know this from American cinema, and I think most of us know this by heart, but few of us have ever tried to understand this. And if you try to understand it, you can see the complexity of the language. So it is important to be able to look at this and try to interpret. Another area is assessment of linguistic knowledge. For example, when interacting with non-native speakers. It is true that in some cases, non-native speakers need to have their skills assessed so that they can be granted certain rights. But it's also the case that sometimes people pretend to know less about the language than they actually do. And here, translators and interpreters can play a very crucial role. Another one is linguistic analysis for determination of origin. So we have a war going on in Europe. You have people in Ukraine that are entitled to being refugees. But imagine there is someone in Belarus, for example, on the border, and they pretend to be Ukrainians just to be entitled to get to be entitled to being a refugee. In that case, you need to assess their language skills because, I mean, they might not even have documents. So in this case, language analysis for determination of origin is crucial. So if language is the faculty more than any other that makes us human, as Einward said, work for language professionals abounds. And this includes, for example, editing and revising texts. This means not only improving texts, but also drafting texts of all sorts of types and genres. And this includes national, international, and European institutions. So I mentioned a few of the things that I've been done, and I'm almost over. This is one of the articles I published with some colleagues and friends and supervisors a long time ago. This was in 2011. It was about automatic authorship analysis of microblogging messages. And this was interesting because it showed that we could use machine learning to assist authorship analysis. Now, more recently, I focused on fake news detection. And this has just been published in April. It is a way of how forensic linguistics tools and methods and techniques can be used for detecting fake news. This means that language work is inseparable from technology, wherever we look at it, in forensic applications, in translation, and so on. And there are some lessons learned from students. I gave my translation students translation assignments, and I told them, well, you know, you need to be trained as a human translator, so it is forbidden to use machine translation. But actually, you can't control that. Because if they use machine translation, they won't tell you they use machine translation. Of course you know because, I mean, you see that the type of errors that they make, it's obviously from machines. So we can ask, will machines ever replace humans in translation? Well, maybe not. But will human translators be able to ignore translation technologies? The answer in this case to this question is definitely not. And that's the human-machine era. And I finished by quoting one of the first sentences of the LITHME forecast report, which reads, "The human-machine era is coming soon, a time when technology is integrated with our senses, not confined to mobile devices. What will this mean for language?" And I end with this question. Thank you very much. I hope I stick on time. Yes. Okay. Antonio will ask me to check the... Oh, it's closed. Oh, it's here, yeah. Okay. No questions. Okay.
I need to update something. Sorry, take a minute. Okay, I think I can start. Yeah, thank you very much. So, translation and interpreting studies, education and technology. These three keywords actually summarize my line of work. And I need to emphasize that Turkey is currently used instead of Turkey. This is a circular issued by the government. So I wanted to include it here because it also involves a language problem and maybe a machine translation problem. And I wonder how long it will take for the machine translation models to reflect this change. So we will see. So a brief information about my educational background. I have studied translation and interpretation, then MA in teacher education, and I did a PhD in curriculum and instruction. But I did a minor in MA TESOL Applied Linguistics, and I worked with Carol Chappell. So I was interested in computer-assisted language learning at that time and computer-mediated communication and vocabulary acquisition. So this experience helped me in my work a lot, and I have been working at Boğaziçi University. By the way, Boğaziçi means Bosphorus, so it's difficult to pronounce Boğaziçi, but Bosphorus is more known. And these are my major research areas. Like Marit, I did sporadic studies in several fields. But as I mentioned, they all have some kind of common points, and, which is technology. About my teaching background, upon my return to Turkey from the United States, due to my interest in technology and language, since I was working at the translation and interpreting field, I developed a course on computer-assisted translation, and I taught classes on this topic. And then I published the first book in Turkish on this topic, and it was refereed and open access so that it can help other universities as well. And I taught several courses, including computer-assisted translation, legal translation, terminology. But I was involved more in research projects, and these were major projects about 2 years each, except for the last one. Plagiarism in translation, this is a different approach than Ruiz. We try to identify translations which look like original, but which have stolen from other translations. So we followed the line of work by the late Turel. So we added a qualitative aspect to her model, and we tried to analyze plagiarisms in translation in Turkish. And the second project was about interpreting. So I was interested in virtual words since 2007. So I got the chance to apply for a project, and we used Second Life for creating a virtual learning environment for interpreter training. And the last one, the current one that I'm working on, is about literary machine translation. So in this project, we are working with colleagues from computer engineering and applied linguistics, and we are trying to create a machine translation model using translations of a specific translator, and then we will check if the machine translation model could reflect that specific translator's style. And then in the second phase, we will check if it can be used to generate retranslations of the same work with modifications. Another project was an ebook project. So this was the improved version of my first book, and this was supported by, again, TÜBİTAK, the Turkish National Science Center. And it was a refereed book, and it was open access, but it included audiovisual content as well. So computer-aided translation courses in Turkey could use this as a resource. So from the plagiarism project, we had several artifacts. First of all, we wanted to create an analysis model which can be used in legal settings. And we combined quantitative and qualitative analysis methods. So we looked at translation strategies of each translator, and we coded them accordingly to identify the weight of plagiarism in those works. And we found out that this was mainly profit-oriented activity in Turkey, and there are several historical and cultural social factors behind it. Another topic we are working on, especially with my colleague Sabri Gürses, who is a literary translator and a translation scholar, the impact of technology on retranslation. So recently we were in Budapest and we presented a paper about translating Ulysses in the age of artificial intelligence. So we tried to focus on the issues of authorship, copyright, and plagiarism. And in that presentation, we had mentioned that there hasn't been any declared use of machine translation in literary translation yet. And then a week later, there was huge news in Turkey about a well-known translator who declared that he used Google Translate for translating the biography of Milan Kundera. And he openly said that I translated the work from French into English and then edited the English, translated from the English output, and he's going to publish it. So there was a huge discussion about this in Turkey. So this is happening, and in the presentation we had also mentioned that the age of Google Retranslator has been unleashed. So this was relevant. For literary machine translation, we had previously focused on creativity because of the use of machine translation in literary translation, and we presented this in Dublin a couple years ago. And we observed that when senior students used machine translation, when they post-edit machine translation output, they were less creative. And in a recent article, which was guest edited by Marit, we also investigated the differences between students and professional translators and their interaction with technology in literary translation. So we found out that machine translation is not there yet to be included in the translation process for the literary texts, but translators are already, as Douglas Robinson says, cyborg translators who are using technology to a great extent. So once the MT quality improves, probably we'll see more and more examples, as I mentioned, about the Milan Kundera translation. Virtual words, actually this goes back to my postdoc period. We were working with my colleague Julio Rodriguez about using virtual words for language teaching and professional development of language teachers. So we had a couple of workshops, and then after I returned to Turkey, I thought I could adapt it to interpreter setting, and I had a presentation about this in 2009, and then an article which was published 3 years after the submission, and then I had several works on this, and as I mentioned, we did a project. It was very good, successful. We had some positive feedback, but as Marta mentioned, there were a lot of shortcomings. But with now metaverse discussions, we probably will see more and more examples of such learning settings. About translation technologies and its relationship with education, I looked at the use of those technologies by translation students in Turkey, and I also taught a course on post-editing in 2012, and I worked with my students and conducted translation process research. And at that time, of course, Google Translate was using the statistical paradigm, and for Turkish, it was horrible. So students were complaining a lot, but it was helpful to use it as a bad model. So students, by post-editing the translation output by the machine, were able to improve their translation competence. What else? Other studies. For education, with my colleague Şevket Benhur Oral, who is specializing in educational philosophy, we conducted a study focusing on the impact of virtual learning environments on the subjectification of translation and interpreting students. So we emphasize that in education we usually focus on the qualification and the socialization aspects more, but usually ignore subjectification of students, which means challenging, questioning the current order of things and being independent from those orders. And we argued that by switching to online-only mode after the pandemic, this aggravated the lack of subjectification focus in education. So we are still working on this topic, and we are trying to find out how this neural machine translation and artificial intelligence can affect education, if education can survive, translation education can survive neural machine translation. And another research topic was raising critical awareness of technology among translation students. So in my especially elective technology courses, I am trying to emphasize this critical approach to technology, and I assigned some tasks to my students, some readings, reflections on critical issues such as data protection, copyright, ethics, privacy. So raising critical awareness of technology is another topic that I am interested in. I also worked with my colleague Neslihan Kansu Yetkiner on ergonomics in translation education. And I have some other duties, like there's a recent project by a colleague from a sociology field at Bilgi University in Turkey. She's working on the question of the future of work in the context of artificial intelligence and automation technologies. So I'm acting as an advisor in that project, so that will contribute a lot to the field from a sociological perspective. I am also involved in some terminology work through Terminology Without Borders, and associate partner of Multi-Train MT project, and LITHME project, of course. And I will cut short so that I don't bore you much. And in the future, I am planning to focus more on the impact of neural machine translation on education and the practice of translation, with a particular attention to curriculum design, authorship and copyright, remuneration, and style in machine translation. Actually, our current project is a 3-year project, so we hope to see some interesting results. And educational, social, and political consequences of machine translation and artificial intelligence owned by tech giants. So this is another topic that we are investigating with my colleagues Sabri Gürses and Şevket Ben-Hür in different studies. And for virtual words, I'd like to add that with now progress in artificial intelligence, I think we are likely to see more integration of AI bots, as mentioned in LITHME report, so that the students can interact with those bots and practice interpreting, especially for public service interpreting, where privacy is important. So I think that's it. If there are any questions, I can check online. Oh. No questions, I guess. Well, thank you so much for making this workshop possible. And I give the floor to Antonio.
I think so. So thank you very much for all the audience for being there. Thank you very much for my colleagues for sharing their knowledge with us. And I think we can call this session finished? Closed. Thank you very much for being there. Thank you very much to our colleagues for coming to Alcalá. And to the YouTube audience, we will meet again tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock to have the presentations from Carmen, who is going to continue the presentation about forensic linguistics. And we will have first or second, I don't remember exactly. It is included in the program that has been disseminated. We will have also the conference from Gabriel Cabrera Mendez, who will share his knowledge with us about phone interpreting. So we are looking forward to having you as an audience also tomorrow morning. But for the time being, this is the end. I know some people are watching from Madrid who have a holiday today, so enjoy the rest of the day. We are enjoying actually the meeting. So thank you. Thank you to the speakers, and let's go and have lunch. See you tomorrow. Bye. That's it. Lunchtime. And that's siesta.